Guided further into the depths of the starship graveyard by Jether's connection with Dawn, star of Nalastia, seemingly bound to the young Force sensitive, shadows begin coming to life. Guided to one of its siblings, even the ancient Kyber crystal is unsettled by the growing presence of the dark side within the creaking hulls of countless hulks all sent to their final rest here. Thankfully, the beacon of light has thus far chased away specters of the past, new and old. Yet, a growing concern that something else stirs beyond the veil begins taking root, a gluttony roused by the rising sun in its midst. Perhaps it's time for it to wake up from a long night. And the scene opens up from the hangar section of one of such ruins. The party had managed to cut through a door to reveal that it seems to have been bolted from the outside to protect against something within. And devoid of bones, cages broken from the outside. Further in, there's no other signs of life. Passing through a few other corridors that come out to a habitated, well, what seemed to have been a camp assembled from various parts of both survival gear as well as just whatever was at hand. One of these prefabs overturned, others abandoned, and some of the tech around lights what appears to be a terminal towards the middle of the camp is flashing red, but is owing to the strange, wonderful magic of that keeps Star Wars, or rather this galaxy's technological pieces and working for Lord knows how long. It might shed some light on the situation. And so, members of the Kibbella affair, what are you all doing coming upon this scene as this goes away?
Pop onto the rooftop of this thing to scout the area.
Okay. So
If that's like just canvas, you're probably going to rip through it.
There's a metal frame probably over there.
It's it's a modular structure, so it's sturdy enough to. The map is not 100% representative of what you are seeing in reality.
So, quick question, just for my own sanity: are we in the air or are we like underwater?
No, it's a grotto within one of the holes. So above you can see a hole through which the ceiling is spilling light down, and this appears to have been where, well, enough soil and detritus have gathered to create life.
Got it. Huh.
Just like seer training, except, well, a little bit more spooky. So as Ian is readying his rappel gear, what is everyone else thinking about doing?
Exploring around, seeing what's in these, I guess, in these like barrels or pieces of wood or something.
Yeah, containers.
Gree will remain on Zifix and check its sensors to see if anything of note picks up that isn't the party.
Okay, so Ian, do that grapple check. What was it like? Range light?
Average range light, yeah.
Gree, what is Star Wars dice? How do they work? Do a 3 purple computers check as you're trying to read instruments. Morden or Dawn? How are you investigating?
I'm gonna try prying open one of the tops, looking inside.
Okay. Popping open one of the tops carefully, or 'cause I'm trying to think of.
No, definitely not carefully.
Okay. Let's try Streetwise, and it's simple. Streetwise and 1 purple.
Okay, streetwise is one purple. Let me remember where streetwise is.
To the right column. And Ian, I'm assuming you were also like doing a perception check, wide scan of the area.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm up here. What's the difficulty?
that is going to be a difficulty of. And you have scanner goggles.
I should. Hold up.
I think everyone has scanner goggles from earlier on in the session. Or did I fiat and say you guys would have brought them? It's something I forgot from watching with Odd.
I think we fiated it with a destiny point. I think we have them, if I
Okay.
remember correctly.
Is it scanner goggles for darkness or distance or what?
Scanner goggles work on darkness.
Okay.
And there's also magnification, so in my mind it would provide a little bit of a boost. And for the quick general survey, it would be a perception roll, 1 red and 2 purple.
One red.
Add a boost because
one
Jethor. Unless you're standing
also-
really close
yeah.
to Jethor, then add 2 boost. How cuddly are you with Jethor when you're looking?
I am on a rooftop, so not very. Damn.
Okay,
Bless you. Bless you.
starting out strong. And another reminder, we are still using that 10-point pool. So please feel free to use those light side points if you have ideas.
Nah.
Well, first point is just figuring out the area we're in. We have to blow through all the points to do that, and I think we have other problems.
Okay, so Gree, you have your excellent training as well as familiarity with Zifix by this point to easily access the sensors, take a glance around the world in only a way that you can. There is definitely still interference, though, from just the sheer amount of mass and conflicted signals that are running around, and potentially just due to that ambient field that contributed to the downing of the Sarlacc tier. However, no signs of life, no movement beyond that's any movement's negligible and probably of things swaying. But as far as life, there's plants, greenery. There's a source of water and perhaps a few other things towards emanating from this a ways from some of the more sophisticated sensors that Zifix has and have been restored. But aside from that, it's not really much of a read on the place other than it's
You said water was over here, or?
yes, empty. And yes, over here. Ian, you make it look really nice. You are stone cold professional as you jump up to the top of this fab and take position, look around, and it's really quiet. The only notable motion or sound is a lack of the ladder and only incessant blinking of this terminal in the middle. And Morden. Mordon.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the questions of the entire campaign is Morden or Mordon. Uh,
The world might
Anyways.
never know.
Because he'll never tell.
it's not that the containers are blocked or secured in any interesting way. It's you rifle through them and you pop it open, and there's materials, junk, other things that might be useful to a camp of survivors of crashes or whatnot. But the one thing that does strike you immediately is realizing there's no food, there's nothing organic. And as far as advantages, I'm not sure what to do with those 3 advantages, Mordon, unless there's something that you would like to.
Next
your
person
questions.
gets some advantage on the perception checks.
That works.
Perception investigation, whatever it is. I forgot.
Lighting
works.
boost us, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And some boost dice.
Yeah, that works. So 3 advantage for a boost die to whatever check
Yeah.
is done next. Oh, everyone else. Mercenaries are content to wait with the tech head on top of the really nice big war droid.
Jethor is walking forward. He's still got Dawn ignited and using it as more or less a light source. But as he's walking forward, he is closing himself off to the actual, what's actually around him. He's trying to meld his sense with Dawn. He was trying to understand where Dawn wants him to, or is leading him, or wants to go. Is there any particular pull or roll, like discipline, vigilance, charm?
I would like to charm the space rock.
You fail your charm check. He doesn't know where it wants to go for dinner.
I mean, it's a 5 red roll to begin with, guns. Kind of asking a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
If Tano succeeded, there's still a chance.
Oh boy.
It's true.
So you want to try and attune to whatever Dawn is experiencing.
Yeah, I
seeing
mean,
on the level
he's done it before, within this journey. He felt the feeling that Dawn has. He he empathized and melded with that feeling of its sympathetic bond with its sister crystal somewhere deeper inside the wreckage within the planet itself. He's done it before, so he's just kind of trying to reach out to that again now, being deeper in and having felt the.
Was it discipline?
Also, to summarize, are you effectively saying you want to use Dawn like a divining rod?
Yes. I mean, what are those things called? The little
Divining rod.
Yeah, divining rod.
Stick points to water.
Like a
dowsing
scrying
rod. That's it.
Dowsing. Sorry.
No, divining rod. I think both have been used.
Rolling the
but
bones. Rolling the bones.
It's got the
except
little
it's a
stick and is wiggling it
Pepperoni
around.
rod.
Yeah. I believe it was basically a discipline and force check.
Okay.
And for a difficulty, just let's do 2 red.
I have 2 of my force dice committed, so
Cha-ching.
dice.
Okay. So similar to any force power. Do you want to use that dark side check?
I think Jethor, as he's reaching out, he senses that fear, he senses that pain. He senses again from what he felt before that that feeling of something watching, something hungry, and he will close his mind to that. He's not. Won't use the pip. He's just trying to see what Dawn is feeling, as opposed to what's around him.
Okay. You open your senses, and with that little, the lack of immediate connection, and then the fear of whatever is potentially searching, you close off with none the wiser. I'm gonna roll all that success and advantage into that. Drag, Grony.
I would say from where Grony is right now, he would have moved up a little bit, and he's just surveying the tree line here with his weapon raised, just keeping an eyes out.
Yeah, and escorting the story NPCs is totally fine if there's nothing else that you would like to try and do. And if you're not able to come up with something, as I know there's a lot of open-ended things happening. And it's...
Well, and Grony's just looking to shoot something.
Drag?
Is this building the tallest building that's on the
Yes.
grotto?
Yes, it is.
Actually, I'll go back. It's sitting right next to Gree. Hey, Gree. Any luck contacting command ship?
Well, I can give it a try.
I mean, he looks up. You know, he sees the skylight, but he also recognizes, caves don't make radio communication easy. That'll be a long shot.
Well, worth a try. There's nothing on the sensors that indicates anything of note around here. Oh, except for some water a bit further that way.
Angry points the direction that the sensors indicate that water would be at. And then Gree will actually do the thing that Drag recommended, seeing if she can get a line to command.
Okay, that's going to be computers plus that 2 boost from your 3 mal comms link, and 1 red and 2 purple. Because I think you get rid of setbacks anyways. For code breaker. How do I
Red,
put a
2
token on top? Because Gree is currently underneath Zifix.
Try. Hang on. With this, do we have?
This is an older foundry.
Yeah, we don't have.
To advise, the boost dice from the Mal is just for knowledge checks.
I am okay with flavoring it as just making it more powerful than the common comm link. And give
Oh,
to
it
you.
certainly is. Like, this thing transmits to medium range on a planetary scale.
Yeah. So you.
Yeah, you can roll it into saying that you can gain boost because of the power of the Mal, as opposed to its database or anything like that. Yeah.
We could try deleting Gree's token and dropping her back on.
1 red, 2 purple, wasn't it?
Yes. And
Alright,
I think
rolling.
whoever is dragged on top most recently is the one who is on top.
Of course, why not?
How?
Come on, or not. What in the hell?
How, Guns?
Drag!
This campaign. This campaign.
Oh no.
So,
That is
I
pain.
Is it worth a reroll? Do you have a reroll talent?
The little voice in your head tells you probably not. Uh, but to what? Let me just process this for a second.
Failed successfully.
So, Gree, you're attempting to use your comms as a little bit of an interaction between Izifix interfacing with your equipment. And you notice at first, remember how it was the complex and sophisticated technical bits on the ship that got slagged rather precisely, causing the crash? Seems like your MAL was also affected, but to a lesser degree, and easily with a couple of those advantages, you're like, oh, I could just do this. Civics, can you just, there we go. And your MAL is in one piece. And I honestly don't know. You have at least 4 advantages and a triumph to play with. You could apply it towards investigating.
But yeah, I think I will
investigating the
roll
camp
into
or-
the idea of this is based on the trying to communicate with the ship, and I mean, the failure, of course, linked to the fact that there's notable interference. So while she doesn't succeed in getting to the ship, she stumbles upon a vital clue, and I'm going to say this with the triumph of, like regarding the interference and like possibly ways to get through it or nullify it.
Okay.
I'm willing to
Okay.
believe advantage in that as well if it suits you.
Okay. I can work in the same vein of trying to find signal. You're not able to connect with the Sarlacc, but you are getting pingbacks from both the terminal, which is ostensibly in front of you, and 2 or 3 other sources deeper within. And those are things.
Also terminals, or
They're
they respond in the same way as terminals?
Yeah, the same way communication terminals, or the catch-all multi-tool that does messaging as well as, I don't know. I remember what the Star Wars term might be for it, but yeah, there are signs of other electronic devices that could both be used for communication as well as might possess data. And for that triumph,
But for the triumph, I want a way to sort of help cut through or mitigate through the dampening, as it were.
okay.
Even if it's literally like changing the band that we use our communications on, that it affects less.
How about you get the idea that maybe accessing the computer and seeing if there's instruments, there could be a way to use its time online to formulate the exact method to do that.
Saying that's at this particular terminal or just on Zifix?
Call a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Fair enough. Now, in keeping with that, I guess I'll move Gree and Zifix towards the terminal.
Yep.
So,
Can't seem to raise the ship, but there's something notable about this interference.
Yeah, and like that
I
whole
can see
the skylight is basically over here.
See other things in the area that are sending out signal as well. Much like the terminal over there. 2 others.
Active electronic countermeasures?
Ah,
This
the big
area?
bomb.
Oh my.
Grody
He
does
gets
not
closer,
appreciate
and
this
the
fight.
Careless Whisper starts playing from Dawn.
There we go.
Okay.
Gree, why in this galaxy would someone want to come all the way down here, down this grotto, where it's already difficult enough to get communications, and then put in active jamming down here?
Well, the most obvious one would be whatever's down here they don't want people to find out. Another could be the fact that it's just incidental to the area.
Hmm.
It could also
This
have.
thing next to Mordon. Sorry to interrupt.
Hmm?
Is this like one of the communication things you're talking about, sir?
No, it's just a light.
Okay.
It's this over here appears to be a computer.
Which is why I'm moving
terminal.
Gree ever so slowly, like.
Yeah.
Anyway, Gree's going to officially ask for the team to move up because this terminal is basically the only source of information they can reasonably get at this time.
Yeah, as Gree and Jethor, or Gree and Drag are talking, Jethor overhears and kind of interjects. It is also possible that it might not be a physical jamming, as it were. There is a strong force presence here, though heavy. It could be interfering with signals and such.
Yes, that is quite possible. The force is known when it's in high concentration to affect the physical world around it to a notable degree.
Does this thing have an
And-
off switch?
Is that something that Dreg's actually asking? Or?
Yes.
Um,
Like, Gree will probably just mutter about, like, look at the device and give it a general idea of, like, oh, this particular model. Like,
This particular model usually has the off switch actually on the side. It's meant to help regarding the environment and not have it in such a location where it's likely to be jammed by heavy dust storms.
and it's
Environmentally sealed.
mainly the fact that it's still on, despite everything. There is a couple of things that everyone notices as they're talking about this terminal and looking around the camp from this point of view. You notice that while intact from the side that you had entered the grotto, the entire wall of this building from this side is gone. And not in a surgical manner. It's just been, well, as if it was excavated by a large creature. Wild and chaotic.
as in there's literally creature-shaped hole inside the wall, or
Destroyed it. There is rubble. There is plasticrete and plasteel that's speared through. And not in chunks, but like bars are just broken in thirds and halves. And furniture and whatnot are gone. There are blood splatters, aeons old potentially. Likewise, there's just a very large. There's a large hole that seems to have the maybe claws or fingers. That's only through one of the sides of this one. And this one has an open door. Though,
my perception check was real bad.
I mean,
noticed
Ian from the top, you didn't. It's like the overhang prevented you from actually seeing the wall because it's flush. But yeah, you probably didn't notice this one.
the gaping hole in the wall.
Does anyone have ranks in survival?
I don't have ranks in survival. But for what it is worth, I do have picking up quickly. I
Stupid
do have a
amount of
forager
intelligence.
in that.
Oh.
Yeah.
You had
So it reduces setback for finding food, water, and shelter, and survival checks to forage take half the time. Though probably not overtly appropriate here.
I can take that. Who else?
I have 2 ranks in survival.
I have no rank survival.
I have a check, no ranks, but I do have that forager
You also
and expert tracker.
Oh, there
That
we go.
would help.
You do that. I'll do the terminal.
Okay. So for those that want to try and for those that have training in survival or the talents that are vaguely related to it, there's something about this particular evidence of entry that you may do a 3 purple check on as your memory is jogged. And
Good on these I can do that, sure.
Over here.
Give it a shot too.
it's like
And
there's a door on the left that's closed, but then on the right it's just a giant
Three
hole
purple?
where a giant hand. Yes,
3
just
purple.
pass straight through.
Let's see what 2 green gives me.
Oh, hey. Uh-oh.
Okay. Gree, you're distracted by shiny tech bauble,
Yep.
and especially after seeing the others, the ostensible hunter and also gunner, of whose background you're not familiar with yet. There wasn't any chance in the HoloNet to do a proper vetting, but Grony, it takes you a little bit longer to try and look around and see. You are examining this hole, this handprint, because it actually is made by something's hand. Even from where you're up right now, you see Grony go, the Clatuinian, go up to the track, and you know almost exactly right off the bat, this very much resembles a Rancor. It appears that a Rancor's arm had just went straight in and pulled something out.
Hmm.
And Grony also eventually does realize this just a little bit after.
Big arm has been here.
I believe it was a Rancor arm. Looks to be.
If it is, that sounds like it could be an issue. Are we able to tell how fresh, like, is there any, like, trace, like, say, fur or...
How long ago?
Yeah.
There is
Can we tell how
moss
long ago this
and
was sold?
overgrowth.
No
It's
trace of
been
fur or,
disturbed.
like,
There-
skin?
That is a negative, sir.
If it was around, maybe it's been gone for a while now.
Unlikely. These creatures are highly territorial.
Grouping up.
To be on our guard.
Well, even as a Rancor, you people look like you're rather well suited to doing so, and we have our own skills that, well, maybe contribute. Not of.
Indeed. Perhaps like securing the perimeter?
Yes, but that would bring us away from the general safety of your persons as well. This sort of place lends itself to maybe getting cut off. All the hulks and other things that might crash in behind and separate us. Not too keen on that.
Fine.
Velasquez,
Green looks at the lad like she's smiling at a child that doesn't understand. It's like,
Well, while I'm looking at this terminal, perhaps you can just make sure that we're covered from most of the angles at the moment. If you
aye,
would.
aye.
but yeah, she's not doesn't need them to go out into the brush or whatnot. She's asking to like just literally form a perimeter around here while she checks
Yeah.
the terminal.
They're a little bit. They haven't been forthcoming about their own experiences, but
Mhm.
they're concerned for their. And if I remember
Look,
correctly,
these are the only people that applied.
What's the Rancor doing here? I swear, is there some sort of, master, super race way back when that seeded life with Rancors all over the galaxy? He's always like, oh, a Rancor. It's here. There's another Rancor. It's here. It's like Rancors everywhere.
They seem to be a resilient species.
You do kind of see them pop up everywhere.
While they're having a discussion, what's the difficulty for getting to the terminal?
owing to the care that you would need to exercise just in case with interfacing with this old thing, and also it seems to be low quality but still military grade. 4 red.
4 red.
Can I assist her in any way, being there with her?
Sorry, you mentioned this thing was pretty low quality and whatnot. Is that due to the fact that it's been like sort of damaged over time?
That, and you recognize that this model probably ran on a crackerjack and a hamster wheel to begin with when it was released. So
Therefore, do you have a moment?
Yes.
This terminal looks rather damaged. May I ask for your expertise to get it back to a good functioning level?
Certainly. Give me a moment. I may have a talent for this.
The one that literally molds metal to your touch.
Let me see if it would send. So we have manipulate, and if you click on the control item damage upgrade, one damaged item, weapon, or item counts as being undamaged as long as I have this committed.
that would I would give you 2 downgrades to that 4 red.
So Jethor will allow Dawn to retract and hooks it back on his belt and kind of puts both hands down around the device and just closes his eyes. It's almost, there's this, almost the shimmer as the metal seems to flex and pop a little bit. There seems to be an increase in fidelity of the item. It seems incredibly damaged. I don't know how long I can hold this.
Then I'll endeavor to be quick.
I'm going to take Morn's floating boost dice for this, and I will spend Destiny to upgrade.
Okay. That is a lot of dice.
Yes!
We have someone in the peanut gallery.
Spectator.
Welcome.
I'm inside your walls.
I was buried here long ago. Please get me out.
Yeah, if anyone would mind. Mango wanted to see how Star Wars was played. If anyone would mind screen sharing or something, it would be appreciated.
I got it.
Okay, 2 successes, 3 advantages, and a triumph. Okay.
Knowledge is mine.
The data as far as the exact date and age is obfuscated at best. You don't know exactly why. It's a
What levels of unclear?
Well, I guess I should start with the successes. You're able to unlock and also browse through whatever records are on the device. There are some are personal journal entries that are corrupted, and others are readings of the place and logs of supplies and whatnot. And they do span days, weeks, months, but then there's also gaps as it goes into years. And beyond that, despite Jethor strengthening this thing's integrity, that's where it gets into advantage and triumph territory for more information.
Oh, to clarify, based on the fact that Jeffel is sort of maintained the focus and stated in character that he doesn't know how long it was being held for, I'm making sure that Gree is basically doing copy paste and all this stuff too.
Yeah, at her
All right.
leisure.
Mhm.
You're not sure what's going to happen when he releases it after using this thing, but yeah.
But yeah, like, I shall seek to read some of the files while that copy paste is going on. But can you give me a snippet of what I can currently find, because it might help advise what I can spend my advantage and triumph on?
What you can find
Yes.
with just by the base. So you're able
Like,
to.
Sorry, it was just a suggestion of like, do one of the journals indicate something notable that is corrupted that I could spend my advantage to uncorrupt, or something of that nature?
I will. Well, to be a little bit more clear, I will give you that using all your usual methods and tools, it seems that no matter what technical application of your skills to clean up or clear the data, it does not resolve into something. It even you seem to get it at one point, but then it just becomes gibberish and reforms as something else, as if it's alive and reacting to your attempts to understand. A program, even an AI, should not be able to do this.
Jeffel, to advise, do you feel a high concentration of the force around here, where we are right now, in the immediate vicinity?
He coughs a little. I don't know how much I can concentrate on that right now. But before I did, yes, though much seemed to be a looming, hungry. It did not sense friendly.
Fair enough, I won't be too much longer.
Yeah, so Gree's going with the hypothesis that, like, the living force is affecting literally the data and stuff here, because, well, this is literally like 2,000 years ago, the Old Republic days, where stuff like that could happen. Anyway, leaning through that. I'm gonna say advantages I can simply lead towards just finding interesting little bits of notes that sort of help flesh out the situation with the camp, and I would like the triumph to be basically one notable plot relevant thing that is uncorrupted that she happens to find.
Okay. A few interesting details. Towards the end, it seemed like the population of the camp, the supplies used to sustain it, there appears to have even been talk of trade or interactions with other survivors from different times or around the same time, and rough population counts. But then there's a point where there's a sharp dip. The entries become more desperate sounding, scared. Something was picking them off. And then a couple weeks later, half survive. A couple weeks later, half of that. Until the last entry. I've shut the doors on the last one. Something closed the last one right as I was about to get into the hangar. They're coming. And for that triumph, it seems that a few years, decades pass from that last entry. And then there's a log that the computer was turned on. And has been waiting here ever since. And there is a wave of foreboding that washes over everyone, including Jethor, as he's focusing on both obscuring with suppress. I need everyone to make a 3 red discipline check.
Uh-oh.
As something scratches at
Oh,
the
no.
edges of your minds. And as a reminder, you have 3 boost die from suppress and 1 from drag giving dad talk. I forget if it was just for 1 or for
24 hours, I'm pretty sure that's. I know that's the
So-
inspiring speech.
Suppress?
3 red, 4 blue.
yes.
Wait, sorry, what? 3 red, 4 blue, 7 dice?
So the check is 3 red, and we have 4
Mhm.
boost dice to the check.
Oh,
What is
for
that
boost.
fucking roll? What is that roll?
Where are we getting the 4 boost die from?
3 of them
I
are
heard
coming.
suppressed was one of them.
3 of them are coming from Jethor. He is suppressing the area around him. So that's where 3 of them are coming from. And then the 4th is from Drag. He had an inspiring speech.
I had an inspiring speech.
Dang, I think
Yeah,
I'm
you had
within
your-
your
you
suppress
had
range
your-
this time.
You had their fatherly advice to everybody. Patriarchal
Oh,
advice
yeah.
last session.
Way back when.
Way back, I put it at the beginning of the session. I'm sorry, I forgot to point that out.
Despair!
Hey,
Hey there, champ.
I love it.
What are we all rolling?
I
Oh my
love it.
goodness.
3 red,
So
4
many
boost.
despairs.
I love it.
It hurts! I had
3
the
of
boost die. I was in the suppress range.
I love it.
So I got a question.
What? What? Hey, hey,
Did anybody
Give
not
us
get a
some-
despair?
one person. The one person who failed the check did not get a despair.
I just got a flat roll.
This is gonna hurt.
Roll.
I
Alright.
assume I will also need to roll the 3 red?
3 red, but the 4 boost. Yes.
Alright, this should be fun. I
Hey!
suspect it
Hey!
It's fine.
What?
That's another despair.
The chances of that is ridiculous.
Don't get rid of
1 in
that
12
despair.
happening
Hold on
5
to it.
times in a row.
I wish I could roll this many despair.
I
Yes,
don't
I think
you're supposed to be the
I
one
think this
rolling
was
it
maybe
yourself,
this many
but-
despair in the entire like multi-year game you ran.
These sessions are built on the failures of ourselves. We'll work with what we got.
It's funny that you say that, Nillian. Some of the best situations have been arisen from things like this. But so I'll go from, let's see, Ian.
Yes.
You're able to observe that same similar just wave wash over that area, and it almost seems like the edges and corners of shadows and other things that are not fully in the light deepen and lengthen, but thankfully it seems to pass you over.
Phew.
Morden.
Oh. This is bear playing to it.
You, first off, that's 3 strain.
Ouch.
The 2 advantages we can address after the despair. Maybe because you've pushed it off for so long, or they're just things that you thought needed to be left behind, but it's a memory. Family. People you've left behind that you never really cared to think about for ever since the life of a mercenary, and especially before joining up with the Sith Empire to fight their stupid war. Maybe a little bit of regret seeps in as you see all these people that cared for you, loved you, and maybe at even the worst of times you love them back. And then piles and piles of credit chits. Gold, silver, copper, all rainbows of currency begin raining and raining. All you see is their bodies crushed under all that weight. Not that you care, but, well. Or do you? How do you react to that image?
Doesn't care too much, but it's starting to get really irritated at the thing constantly poking into his brain. Constantly
That's
flashing
offering.
up memories. Memories he would rather forget.
I put that in a time capsule!
Leave it there.
So 1, 3, 3, 2. Crony! Or, well, more than advantages. I can say 2 for 1 for Strand, unless you have some other idea.
Yeah, I'll take 1 strain off for, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yep.
Grony.
Yo. Yeah.
You succeeded, so you do not take any strain. We can address the advantages after. However, in the same vein of intrusive fears and thoughts that maybe you'll never ascend to the type of position in your family among your friends, among even your lessers, you fear you might be fated to be merely someone who takes the orders of everyone else, that nothing of distinction
But die
will happen.
ignominiously.
But just as soon as it comes, you're able to shake it off and no, you've been doing fine. Your work as a mercenary is slow at times, but there's going to come a day. You just have to wait. And with 4 advantages, you could bank it as a boost for the next thing you do.
That sounds like a good idea. I will do that.
Yeah, the
It's
mental.
4 advantages. What could I bank that as?
I just could float it as a boost die for yourself that you can apply to whatever you want. Or
Yeah,
choose
you could
to
have some
wait.
floating boost dice. You could, if you had any strain, you could seek to recover it.
Or yeah, like 2 to 1, you can just cover strain.
Oh, 2 to 1. Actually, in that case, I'll use that ratio. So that would be 2 strain die or 2 strain recovered.
Yes.
Yes, I'll take that. That sucked. Feel a little bit better though. He just says them to no in particular.
Haunting nightmares have come to life. I feel better.
So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Jathor.
I was gonna say,
Jathor.
catch a Jethro
Yeah.
by his toe. That was transparent.
I would. Sure.
Pale intimidation for real, Jack.
So, same as the others, you do not take any strain. You are able to identify the attack for what it is. But still something slips past. Thankfully, even though you are, well, especially because you're committed to protecting everyone and not just yourself, a self-sacrificing ideal that you find yourself comfortable with, a little memory comes back. The lights are dark. You just stepped off the Sarlaxed here, and familiar scene plays out as onlookers of Sith rank and file and officers watch on as Avalet is being confronted. Yet, it's not Assassin's Blade striking her that's the first action. It's your hand wrapped around her throat. You feel the muscles of your face and a wide, open smile. You're enjoying it, crushing the life out of this woman's body, feeling her squirm, and perhaps even there's remorse and pleading in her eyes, while even those that are around you, and you haven't known them for long, but they seem to be even fearing you. But you know that's not what happened. You'd never do something like that. And you banish the mere thought.
Yeah, Jethor feels this presence, he feels this memory, it feels tangible, the sense of pleasure through the violence which he knows wasn't what happened, but it still shocks him. And he, yeah, I would say in that moment, feeling that revel as if it was tangible, he lets out a gasp and kind of falls down to one knee, catching himself on the table. And he's all of his force dice are uncommitted. He loses concentration on it. So he's no longer holding the whatever the device is in corporal form. The shielding bit kind of falls, and again you can almost see there's this the kind of tensed muscles that he had almost seem to relax and twitch as the force protection he holds around himself at all times slowly fades away for a moment, and he just kind of sits there breathing hard.
No sooner than you release the force helping to keep this poor little terminal alive, then it fizzles, sparks, and pops. But still keeps on transferring data, despite all of its moving parts stopping. Bringing us to Gree.
Indeed.
This mental assault is possibly getting tiring. Even child's play at this point. You've endured worse. However, stray thought does send you down, remembering something, a feeling, that wish and desire to keep your family safe, that you're safe, you're keeping it that way, ever vigilant, you're useful, you're always making sure that you're more than useful, irreplaceable to whoever you are assigned to. You have to keep it that way, still a watcher, always a watcher, the best watcher, the only watcher. And then the manic stream cuts off as things snap back to reality.
Gree breathes heavily, like she's like, while she knows it's from an outside force, she's not used to like such internal thoughts and feelings rising so drastically. Like she feels somewhat like violated, and that the sanctity of her mind is not the safe haven that it should be. And like she's trembling a bit and breathing heavily, but seems okay on the surface.
There's a quiet query from your basilisk companion regarding your status.
Thank you, Zifix. Just had a bit of an odd moment there. The force in this place is not kind to us. I'm glad you're spared, though.
As Greg continues to breathe heavily.
And she replies in binary. Force sensitive minus good, desire, fight. It's an older code, but it checks out.
Yeah. Like Griggy will like grab onto the interaction as a way to sort of focus and ground herself in the moment, and like while not overtly quote unquote professional, she will send back a smiley face.
So, drag.
Yes. What did I succeed on? What's the despair?
We all had despair.
except for the person.
Despair is emotion.
Except for the one person that failed, and it seems like I'm doing best on this check.
I feel like I just had a real life despair with this freaking.
Yep.
Your despair
situation.
manifested.
5 despairs all together and something gets affected in real life.
If you despair in the game, you despair for real.
No.
Go on, GM.
Uh,
I'm literally sitting in front of a fan right now, cooling off, so I don't become a sweaty mess after.
no, not listening. Not
Mercy.
listening. Anyways, Drag, the sensation of having your mind invaded, or at least the attempt to brush against it, is something that you've experienced as part of training against force sensitives that have that particular set of skills. And thankfully, this particular attempt is nothing to worry about. However, for the briefest of flashes, you see slowly every face you've ever crossed off of a board. You also see the loved ones in their lives as you've had to do research and are given dossiers on the targets. But now you see them right before you, tear-streaked and hate in their eyes. They're watching you as you walk down the avenue. They become a gallery of faces plastered to your eyelids like so many holovids when you try to go to sleep. But thankfully you don't know this is not true. It's not what happens. You're a good soldier. You serve the Republic after all.
And good soldiers follow orders. Feelings be damned.
And you do not suffer any strain. How does this affect drag?
Well, there's kind of a defaulting and conditioning, right? Like the whole purpose of having a boot camp is to break you down so they can build you back up again. As often as the mantra go, good soldiers follow orders. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, you might feel something. Well, the only thing you really should be feeling is the recoil. You're doing it for the greater good. For the Republic.
Excellent. Our side does that too.
Yeah, but your guys are the bad guys, so therefore you're literally evil. According to this logic.
I thought they were the gooder bad guys, at least for now. Anyway.
Star Wars runs on ontological evil, so this is a way the Republic justifies all its war crimes.
For out of context. Anyways.
It makes sense in context.
Yeah, I know. Right. So the mercs are also blindsided and very much not in the moment. Hands on knives and blasters, respectively. But as everyone begins to come to, Jethor's influence over the terminal was interrupted, and it is dead. But Gree, it is still transmitting something, copying over data.
Mm-hmm. Gree will watch the File Explorer and sift those, copy over the data, and just wait for it to be done.
Could I make another perception check of the area just to keep Overwatch out?
Sure. If anything, that's what you're able to do because you're completely unaffected.
I'm
You
a
do not-
surprisingly well-rounded. I'm surprisingly at peace with my past.
You do not sense a thing.
That or my moral compass is entirely fucked. Anyways, I also spent the last 15 of my XP on perception, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, I saw that, but that's okay.
Can I Oh, what's the difficulty on this? Just regular?
Two purple.
+1 boost.
Fuck. I'll roll the boost separately.
Oh boy.
Failure to triumph. Come on in clutch.
Hates
boy!
Boost
No.
die, you
I am
failed
blind.
us again!
Okay, well, seems like everything's fine.
Ooh, I got an idea for the triumphs.
There's no movement. What's the idea?
Can I get a prepared shot on the first thing to come out of this? Like anything to come out of the blue, either out of the gaping hole in the wall,
You're
popping up
overwatching.
from the sand or water. Yeah.
Damn good ground. Anyways,
I may not see it coming, but I'll damn well shoot it.
I don't see nothing now, but what I do see, gonna be nothing pretty soon after I see it.
Enemies, rancors, squirrels, tourists. I'll get them all.
I still can't see it. All I can see is see through it.
Overwatch.
Basically, just a free shot on whatever pops up first.
What was that? Was it me? Sure, it wasn't you. Sorry, something made a. Oh, it was that making a. How about a compromise? You get 2 boost die on the next thing you have to shoot because your senses are in the now. You don't have anything for it. You were not as effective by everyone else. You have the ability to devote brain power to other things, like making sure to make the next shot.
Okay, I'll take that. Can we say it's 3 boost die? Because that's a triumph.
You get 2.
Okay, fine.
You will take it
Sorry,
and you will like it!
That sounded more sinister than I meant it to be.
I also, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I definitely have the holographic ghillie suit activated.
Yeah, I figured. Right.
As Gree is still working on the device, it's starting to spark and crackle a little bit. Jethor takes a few couple breaths to kind of recollect himself. And he's going to stand back up and apologies, the air around here is thick with the dark side, it seems. One moment. And he's gonna again put his hands together and reactivate suppress, so I can make that check. Yes.
Yep.
<clears throat> I have? That's weird. Said I had 4 force dice. I do not. Okay. Gotta suppress work again.
If you succeed, you get the equivalent of your strength, and you can commit it with duration.
Okay, so 1 force pip to activate, second force pip to do the strength upgrades, so that's 3 failure to anything around. And I'd say Jethor was a little annoyed at his lapse of concentration. So there's that little bit of a hint of annoyance, and I'll use that 3rd pip to activate the range upgrades that I have. So now instead of this extending to short range, it now extends to long range.
Okay.
So I will spend the 2 strain to do that.
And committing 1 to keep it up.
Yeah, commit. I will, yeah, I'll commit 1 to keep it up, so it reduces pips by 1 for now.
Alrighty. So that 3 boost for psychic attacks is back.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the 1 for advice talk. Great.
Mhm.
Unintelligible gibberish in code and Gallic begins resolving, rearranging into the same few words. Night never ends. Night never ends. And it just begins to repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat. And then all of a sudden cuts off and stops. And this terminal is now lifeless completely, as it should be.
Green is going to open up the journal with the quote-unquote skittering writing that would sort of seemingly corrupt itself on examination, and ask Jeffel to look at it.
Sure. Yeah, he'll have steadied himself. And... Right. This was from the device, you said?
Yes, that is correct. There's no way machine code or AI would twist in the same parameters that this does. I'm wondering if it's force related. As such, I would be honored if you were to look at it.
Certainly.
No sooner than you extend the data pad than it seems like black smoke falls away visibly off of the data pad, and then the dates reveal that these are indeed entries from hundreds, thousands, not hundreds of thousands of years ago, from when the stars of Nalastia were last seen. A couple of 100 years after that, after the last official recorded sighting of the pirate lord that had used them.
Are you able to also read this while Jeffel holds it? Or...
Yeah, basically as soon as it goes towards Jethor and his suppression is when this, well, this effect dissipates.
Thousands of years ago. This place is remarkably preserved, if that's genuinely the case.
So it was not like this when you were reading it?
No, it was... the writing was showing corruption. As I had suspected, the corruption is the force in this area not wanting us to understand the events that have occurred.
Well, I suppose then. Do you think you could? I don't know. Well, Master Pavali always seems to say the Force is sentient. Likely, if you try to make a copy, it would hold, as it were. So, I guess, put it to memory. Hopefully, when we leave here, it'll sort itself out.
Now, if you have a slate on you, I could genuinely make a copy now, just in case.
By all means. I don't know how long we wish to tarry here, but...
Like, Grid will nod and copy the pertinent files that she had noticed the quote-unquote corruption on onto Jeffrey's slate as well. And after that's quickly done, she will start moving forward to the next designation that she saw a terminal at, which I believe was northeast.
Northwest, towards it's an off-map location towards also where that water is, and if you float
Which
on
one's
over
closest? That one's closest?
there, it's like it goes up the steps, and then further out there is a cave, and also where the water seems to be emanated from, which might have to go diving in order to go through. Yeah. And when the DM says might, well,
Jethor will ignite Dawn and follow Gree.
The second Gree sees the cave, she's going to try to point the sensors specifically down that way to see if it can sense any life form.
sure.
All the talk of rancors does have her somewhat spooked.
That is not the right person to use it for, but yes. So turning, let's go with 1 red and 2 purple.
1 red, 2 purple computers.
Yes. And I need a... Where is it?
I say all.
There's the triumphs.
Good luck getting any more.
No one unlocked.
I disagree. Those are not allowed. Private dice?
Nani.
None either, fuck.
Does not like that, said Sam I am.
Okay. Ooh, that sucks.
I was going to say anything about that.
I guess we're not dying today.
Oh, shucks.
So,
I guess we're moving. Fine.
First, I'm waiting to see the results of the
So-
private dice and my own dice.
You're able to get a decent read of the cave, and this is the general direction that Dawn also had pointed towards the next crystal. It's 10-15 minute swim, but thankfully you guys bought those wetsuits. Forget what they're called.
Aquasuits.
So you know exactly the shape and the distance needed to travel, which branches to take, so you won't get lost. And as you had been scanning ostensibly for life forms, at first, it looks like it's clear. You see that it's clear, that there's nothing moving around in there. Nothing large, at least. Something seems a little bit off. Ever so slightly. And I might need to steal part of one of those triumphs. Because Zifix pings you as you are about to say, all is well. But he pings in such a way that it looks like motion is being tracked.
Mm-hmm.
You see nothing. Your senses feel a little bit hazy, but
Gree is willing to trust in Zifix and like literal technology that can see much better than she possibly ever could, and like we'll like literally send them back a query to confirm like invisible.
negative, large, multiple.
ETA?
Couple calculations. Returned readout is further. More caves.
So basically there's something in the caves and they're moving about, they're large, there are multiple, but they're not storming out here right now?
They are not out here now. They're only within further in
Lost
wherever
connection to the server apparently.
wherever this cave goes. Oh,
No, just the foundry, I'm just gonna refresh it. Okay. So if we don't have to prepare for against immediate ambush, I'd like to spend the other part of the triumph to confirm like Civic is able to determine exactly what they are.
slightly smaller than Rancor, but about the neighborhood. Odd considering the average height of an adult Rancor.
Alright, team form up. There looks to be multiple contacts in there. Large, a bit less than a Rancor. Could be offspring for all we know.
Jethor nods.
No one else but here is a friendly, so if you see it and it comes at you, don't hesitate.
Server connection lost, but I'd like to ascension gun into the
Yeah, more
rooftop
nods,
on
too.
the other side of them.
I think we're all underwater, aren't we?
No, this is it's like one of those caves that
Okay.
you go into, and then the pool you have to wade. So yes, you know that the direction, the map so to speak, and you know that stuff is moving around of a large stature.
Yeah. Gree will say to the group,
Anyone who doesn't have wireless connection, bring your slate over to me. I'll give you a copy of the map that I've just scanned with the sensors. I don't want anyone getting lost in there, especially with predicted hostiles.
Copy.
and we'll start providing copies of the map accordingly.
Oh,
Yep.
it's best to play it safe.
Jethor will make sure the map is downloaded to his wrist bracer so he can view it, and then he's re-upping upping his brawn again. So I have now
Okay.
committed 2 of my force dice.
All right. And who would like to take the plunge first? I'm pretty sure
Literal
any.
watery plunge.
Yes, that is the line of light that Dawn had shown Jethor while trying to track where it's.
Gree will confirm with Zifix if he can make such a journey or not. Because while he is a war droid,
A lot easier than space is the flippant reply.
I think we
Gree
waterproofed
will,
him on
Gree
the
will
way
chuckle
anywhere.
and smile
Yeah.
and
I think we did make a point of that. Yeah.
confirm in text affirmative.
Right. Everyone stay close. And Jethor will step forward and start moving in.
Bragg, with your experience, would you have any suggestions of how we form this squad?
Hmm. We should have some of our toughest fighters in the front, at least one in the back, in case we get flanked.
I will take the rear.
You'll take rear guard?
Thanks, Zog.
Very brave of you.
Don't cross the
The
stream.
second most vulnerable position in the group.
Come again, Gray?
I'll stay around the middle and fan out when things go
Mercenaries
south.
must move to the middle. Or at least do their best.
Like Gree will just reiterate a very basic thing of like deployment being that.
Well, the person in the front is the most vulnerable because any particular attacks will likely hit them first, and the person in the rear guard is most likely to be attacked in an ambush, and therefore they're the second most vulnerable of the group. The middle is more secure, for obvious reasons.
I've got eyes on the back of my head.
You hear little bird noises.
I am fairly certain the wetsuits you guys got, 99.9%, make water travel trivial. So just get into your squad formations, and I will copy paste.
Did we get one for Zifix?
Oh no! It's
Zivix,
to undergo crush depth.
no, Zivix, we waterproofed.
Yeah, he was
on the way.
waterproofed.
Hey, he's not made of carbon fiber.
Too soon!
Oh, yikes! Yikes forever, man. Ooh.
So I am going to drag everyone just a little bit closer together so it's a bit easier. And then you can array yourself after.
Touchy.
Sure, to confirm, did Drag mention who they wanted in the front of the group?
No, he's just saying you should have some strong people in the front, at least one strong person in the back, and everyone else squeeze in the middle.
Okay.
Agree will not end in like a bit of somewhat irony in that she was talking about how the rear was the second the most dangerous. You'll go like,
Very well. The Civics will take the front.
And Jethro with her.
Okay.
And yeah, Jethro will be right next to Zivix.
So I will play some.
Hmm. The tunnel might be a bit tight. Have to keep that in mind.
So I'm gonna
Therefore, if
send
you would prefer, you could
something like this.
also ride.
we just say that Zivix is a two-seater.
It's true. Zivix is a two-seater.
Okay.
He'll be in the garbage man position where he's half hanging off the side.
Fair enough. Yes. Right. Jeffro and Gree. Then we got Rearguard and however Drag wants to organise the squad for the middle.
Yeah, it'll kind of just be a hodgepodge. Probably would have Zipfix kind of in the front, like the front middle. So you probably think of Jethor himself, maybe blanking on Nillian's name, Grony as the front three. Then you got Zipfix. Then you got the mercenaries, and then you have Mordon and Ian in the back.
Alrighty. Oh, onward to the next map, I guess.
Okay. Everyone with their rebreathers and or suits slip into the water and follow the gigantic, brightly lit, well, underwater at least, basilisk. And as everyone is cruising along, thankfully that there's a survey aspect to the scanners Cree uses. I need everyone to roll 3 red, please. Discipline. With the 4 boost die.
Woo.
What are these dice?
Bruh.
Your dice ruined my die.
Oh.
I saw that. My die bounced into yours and it turned into a despair.
Dice. What?
Yo!
What?
No,
What?
Yes! Yes! I mean,
What are these despairs? This is
Join me.
ridiculous.
Join me in the pit of despair. Right down the ladder of woe.
I have
Let's see.
never seen this many despairs.
it's only my games, I guess. Game.
Well, let's see how I do.
Please
After
give me 3
everyone
despairs.
else is gone.
Please. It would be so funny if he got 3
So
it's,
despairs.
3 red, 4 blue. 3 red, 4 blue.
Damn it.
And my dice rolled like
Good old-fashioned.
Still failed.
Just a
Who
failure.
succeeded?
I rolled 8 positive dice and rolled a single success. That's ridiculous.
Hey, I'm there with you, honestly. I also rolled a single success.
No one succeeded. Like, I
Wow.
chose poorly, and instead of increase my discipline, I just chose to increase my education.
The chances of us all failing that check is nigh impossible. This is...
A lot of us,
do it.
this one is not our thing.
It's been a bad
Free
session
Reddit
for
is
rolls,
hard.
really.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't do it.
we're throwing 4 boost dice at it. That really sways it heavily, but... We
All right.
continue.
So,
Alright, so we
yeah,
all failed. for What it's worth.
continuing. Drag. You definitely feel that rolling miasma enter your mind, but thankfully it seems to pass you over in favor of another target. Same with Ian. You experienced this fighting some sorts force sensitives and your myriad contracts. So it's not really much there to complain about. It's a little buzzing. Oh boy. Grony.
No, stay away. My mind, it falters. I'm sorry.
There's a voice. Sounds maybe like perhaps a flame you wouldn't mind trying to show off to once you finally come of station, or child that looks up to you or see their face. And they say, just point blank, why do you roam the stars with a loaded blaster rather than emulate the walk of a sage that you want to so achieve? Why are you here? It's unsettling, but thankfully, it seems like nothing else happens. There's no panic as you are swimming through. This is all occurring a little bit before resurfacing, I'll say. Gree. You see, thankfully, you don't have to do much lifting or swimming of your own, because Zifix is able to happily perform his duty as a beast of burden. And your thoughts drift. The cold sensation that you've experienced during your conditioning is a scene that perhaps you've seen it yourself, or it truly is intruding on your thoughts. You see this specter of a familiar face pleading for their life. Well, the unlife of a Sith Lord, missing their arm and wreathed in the dark side. But she's not bothering to ask Jethor for some mercy. She's only looking at you. You hate seeing a resource go to waste, correct? Please? She goes on a short lecture, short tirade, increasingly frantic how she could be indispensable into the tier. She could help protect from the corruption made by the Ember that helped to, at the time, she hadn't bothered to tell you about the reason why she had lost those ships. Her crews had turned against them. And she even slips that maybe her pure devotion to the dark side could help balance what you had on the... And then Jethor just goes up, wraps her head in his palm. There's a flash of... Actually, no, more like a wave. And just like chaff in the wind, the spirit is dispersed. He looks happy, ecstatic, even. But that's not the Jethor you know. Sure, he has been actively getting rid of her, and might be thankful for that.
Gree will just sort of blink in, like in a bit of confusion, before again realizing the external presence pushing against her own mind, and grip Zifix harder as they make their way through the water.
Yeah, and you suffer no. No, you suffer 1 strain for the failure. Advantages can be 2 to 1, or if you have another idea, or 2 to 1 for strain.
I would like an extra. Would like an extra boost dice the next time this external presence tries to press upon me.
Okay. Yep. Mental fortitude. Mordon.
Oh,
Is this a tiny voice? You're alone in a void, a darkness. It's just a tiny, tiny voice from behind you. Once all the fights have been fought, when the taste of blood is nothing but ash, the voice is forever silent and bent to your desires. What will you do then? What comes after? What happens when the long night settles on you? And that is 1 strain and your advantage.
one advantage. Or I don't know. I have
mean,
3
you can-
advantages. I guess a boost die for myself next time. We have to against I get 5 boost die.
Okay, so same as Gree.
Yeah.
I think Vexera is done with that trick. Damn it.
Maybe if we throw more boost die, maybe it'll work for once.
Vexera, no, play this one. There we go.
That doesn't sound very fun.
What, from the feet, the background, or the...
Vexar.
Oh, it's very fun. What are you talking about? Jethor! You have, straight off the bat, 2 strain from the failures. And a vision. You're writing Garbage Man on Zifix, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 1 hand on a handle and then standing and
Mhm.
keeping an eye out.
Yep.
You're back on Arcania. You're walking towards your workshop. Parts of droids and other scraps left behind by the masters and unidentifiable substances in their experiments, but you're walking with purpose towards that room you've been able to keep to yourself. You're excited about what's about to happen, but the guards are behind you. One of the masters as well. Feels wrong, but also oh so right. You open the door, and there's a smattering of droids. They're here to tell the masters about them. And you see one much like Leaps, a little bit different, personalized, separate way. And Dahlia's there, working on him, fixing him. A master puts his hand on your shoulder and congratulates you on a job well done, as she's the one looking up in horror as the workshop is destroyed. You feel something, but that scene goes away. Something else familiar, maybe on the glaive or during one of your other escapades with this group that's swimming with you, trying to find another star in Lastia and the base of Sasson. There's a sliver of light that you see within her being, but only because there's a shadow wrapped around you. Malice and other feelings, the love for crushing things underfoot and bending them to your will. Things are different, but in the grips of this vision, they feel correct. It's your right. You have the strength. Why be someone else's pawn when you can make others yours? And then it's gone.
If anyone's watching, Jethor is basically white knuckling the handle that he's riding Zivix on. And you can see that the metal underneath his hand is twisting and crimping as he's holding on. A latent frustration at everything he's seeing in his head, knowing both that it isn't real and yet how real it feels. It's just this aura of malice at the thoughts of his own head.
And you have 5 advantage to work with. 2 for 1 strain or something else?
I would say, is there a way I could channel all 5 into attempting to strengthen the force barrier he's still exuding? Whether it's adding another force pip that it reduces or increasing the number of boost dice it gives or something like that. Again, it's this frustration with his own weakness in this. He's trying to redouble his own actions.
Like trying to throw feedback towards the source.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, when something's going wrong, you growl and try to do it harder. You know, if something's not working, you get angry and you put more force into it. It's that almost that idea that he's flinging back. He's trying to redouble.
Yeah, I can
the
see a
strength of
boost
it.
for everyone. A boost for everyone on the next check.
Okay.
If that was what you were intending.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. So, uneventful. To the bottom left of the map, you surface, and it looks like another camp, or maybe this is part of the original one that you just come from. There's another terminal over here, but even from a distance, you can still see the same night never ends, and that's all that's scrolled across the terminal, despite how ancient it is. Except further into this cave, it's not just a line, it's just plastered across, like copy and pasted upside down, backwards, and etc.
Gree will quickly check on Zifix to redo the sensors to see if any of the noted creatures are within this area.
Okay. It's actually easier because now you're in here. There's no red. Please do three purple computers. And what is everyone else doing as Gree is doing sending out that scan?
Checking behind us.
Oh, look at Triumph.
Fanning out and assuming a defensive position.
Yeah, I would say
So it's damp, dark. It's just
yeah, Jethor is stepping forward. He's got Dawn ignited again. Is just standing at the helm of the group.
The in-helmet scanner going. Is there anything out in medium range that looks interesting? Thermal, electric?
No, it seems just as calm as it was outside, in the sense of nothing is moving, nothing is stirring. The technology and the storage, and with the knowledge of the date range from the people that used to be here, it checks out as far as the amount of decay or disuse. And these walls are actually, well, yeah, they're carved into the rock, but also reinforced by starship hulls and other pieces that look to be machined. So whichever particular group had made this one had tools available to them, at least. Anybody else?
I'm still waiting on confirmation what my dice do.
Ian, there's nothing behind you, thankfully.
Actually, is there any elevation in this part of the cave? Like, how high is the ceiling?
The elevation, it's about, at its highest points, it's 20 feet, but the tunnels themselves are difficult. It might be difficult for Zifix to hover his usual couple of feet off the ground in order to pass through. Not too high. And, well, yeah.
Oh, I just said, I see.
Okay. Right.
I assume it's like some kind of rubble or rock.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just environmental. There's nothing in particular.
And just Grony just moves over, takes up position behind it, and places his weapon on top of it, and a sort of brace maneuver on it, aiming down this hallway.
Gree, bioscan of the area. Now that you're aware of something that was affecting your own senses, it tries to obscure your ability. Is that a wall that's not working? Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh. The light was supposed to work for that anyway. That's fine. You have a computer maniac
That
with
is
radar.
that is the power of the Kool-Aid Man. Walls don't work.
So well, there's a few things that could muddy the senses without being of an overt technical nature. So, both with Zifix's warning of the past experience, and maybe even a little bit of Jethor's interference, you
So
are
he's
able
doing long range suppression. So we've
yeah,
definitely
you
found that.
you are able to get a read that in the immediate area there is one thing, and it's walking from relative to the map from right to left. There's another presence that's moving further north away, and beyond that it's difficult without some other calculations done. So what you would like to do with that advantage and triumph?
Calculations.
Okay. You aren't able to confirm the number of life signs within, but you do get an exact read on the terrain in that you're almost nearing the end. This cavern is opening up into another hull of a different ship that had crashed previously. And then the tip of it seems to be split open and goes into another cavern, but then at the end there's a chamber. That's the impression that you get from it. And the architecture is not that of a starship. It seems more like a building or a site. There's a pattern to it. It reminds you of perhaps a sacred place. A temple, a shrine.
Gree will nod and type out a thank you to Zifix, update her map, provide the maps for anyone on wireless to the others, and then advise.
Well, I know where we need to go, it seems. As for contacts, one somewhat close, another further along. Could be more after that, though. Or even nearby. So, on guard, we are officially in hostile territory.
Yep.
So,
Gree will gesture to the mercenaries to, like, prepare to aim their guns down that way as the directs Zifix to go towards the new terminal to see if anything new can be found. Squish.
Splatch.
No more Deveronian.
Yeah, and the terminal night never ends, endlessly repeating like the scrabblings of a madman.
Anything
And,
else of value, or that's all that can be done?
That's all that can be done.
Nothing. This must have been wiped, that and thousands of years of no maintenance. If anything, I should be surprised it's still going. Night never ends. Is the force in this place trying to scare us off, most likely?
Gree will sigh and then make sure that she ends up being in the front near with Jiffle.
Okay.
Again, her and Jiffle are front guard. Which is say, I'm taking your statement of the terminal has nothing to say. There's nothing on it that can be retrieved.
Who's taking point?
3 years.
Are we
Grethor.
advancing?
Gradually
Grethor
run
will
ahead
take
then.
point.
No.
Excuse me, you're in my way.
Is the stuff around here these terminals, or?
These ones are completely dead.
Mhm.
Wide open space, it looks like up ahead. This will have room for movement.
Still nothing on the census. Agree?
I agree, we'll recheck the sensors and update. to
Funny
see
that
if
you
the-
mentioned that, because as you're looking down at the sensors, rolling also into the Triumph, that thing that appeared to be coming by it wanders into view. It's sluggish, sniffing the air.
What
As
is
if-
it? As we visually see it?
Are you able to see it now over here?
Yes.
I see it.
It's slowly moving, sniffing around, and it doesn't seem to have been completely roused yet, but it's slightly smaller than a Rancor.
Oh my god, it's a biomaw.
With a large crest and spines and other chitinous growths around it. Aside from that,
As quietly as she can, real estate.
Contact hostile. 83 meters ahead. Everyone in position. Basically,
and
she's
And she'll suggest that basically everyone just line up their guns and volley.
Charge
She has
it.
no reason to believe anything here is kind.
as Jethor and Mordon round the corner, it stops. Its head sharply turns. Sniffs deeper and looks directly at the two force sensitives, who feel a
Oh shit.
less than friendly intent directed their way.
I mean, now
I think
character.
it
Oh
sees
shit.
us.
In character. Oh fuck yeah.
Is this to Jethor? Does this feel like those hungry presents he felt earlier?
Would you like to expose your senses with a perception and force-assisted perception roll?
I mean, to that effect, he's not, with the dampening he's doing, he doesn't feel he doesn't feel anything normally. He would have to open up to that. Just clarifying.
Basically, it's like, let me walk that back a little bit. If you want to try and find that out, you'd have to sync with Dawn again. Because it's with Dawn's help that you're able to identify that.
Sure. Let's do that. Again, he's got Dawn lit at this point, so he'll reach out and see if Dawn is bothered or annoyed or afraid of this creature.
Mm-hmm.
What role is that?
That is going to be. What was the one I did for before?
I think it was discipline with a force dice.
Yes, discipline, force dice, and then the difficulty was
2 red?
2 red.
Okay. God. These dice tonight.
While you technically failed to does it feel like that hunger that's out there?
That was his question, yeah.
Yes. It feels like it. But this feels more awake. It sees you. Take from that what you may.
Okay.
So I'm not going to need everyone to...
GM.
Yes.
So remember that check I made earlier, and I got the triumph, and you're gonna let me use it for 2 boost die.
For your next shot.
Yes.
But not a surprise attack.
Could I instead, not an attack, but do the bigger they are before combat starts?
Your destiny.
I have it fully upgraded, minus the transfer one.
Sure, this thing is silhouette too. Or wait, Rancor is 3, isn't it? Because
I think default
probably, but I
stat
also
block is
I
3.
go up to 3. Actually, no, I go up to 4 because I've got it maxed out.
how many times is there an upgrade that allow you to make it more than once as a session, or?
No.
No, I think that's what the transfer component is.
Yeah, I don't have that upgrade.
I mean, pretty much all it does is just lets you ignore soak.
For a signature ability, no. Not this time.
Okay, I'll take the boost on my next shot.
Okay. Excuse me. So I think I put everyone combat ready. And as far as the mercs, I have to hit begin combat, don't I?
Everyone that is engaged with Jethor gets 2 boost die to their vigilance check. Everyone in short range gets 1 boost die.
Because you know that it was there, I'll say you can use either vigilance or cool.
My God. I'm shine.
I think this is the right one.
Wait a minute. Are you riding Zifix right now, Jethor?
Jethor is riding on Zivix.
So he would technically be in the middle of the token, not on the top edge.
It's
So there's 4 squares.
I'm not
Take
too
a
worried
square.
about it.
I'm gonna take a 2 boost because my vigilance is due to you.
Remember, this
Uh-oh.
is Star Wars. The range bands are wonky.
Someone just died. Oh, they're there. That is the wrong track.
How do we do the roll and add
Fit-
in the boosters?
Fist tab.
Yep.
And you should see your dice next to your name. Just click that. And then it should give you the option to add in boost dice.
Thank you.
Heal. Da, 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 da.
The boost die is only for vigilance, right?
Correct.
It's not, dude.
So, dude.
Gosh darn it. I had another playlist, combat. But I don't
Why are
know
you
where it
rolling
went.
discipline?
Wait, why am I remembering this? What are we using again? Oh,
Vigilance or cool?
You
oh,
got
I see what happened. I'm not using the. That's like a combat thing. You have to
go to
enter,
the
right?
go to the
There it is.
fist tab.
Okay.
I'm gonna check my long list of things to see if I have anything that increases my ability to.
Get there first. Somebody died again.
I think that's
Where
Mango.
was Mango?
Yep, now peanut gallery's disappeared.
Yeah, fuck it.
We ball.
I do have a boost die for this.
If you're rolling vigilance, you should have 2 boost die if you're rolling vigilance.
Fuck that shit.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Morden having pumped all of his points into cool just to
have that
resist
play.
assassin.
Wait, why is not working?
You don't need no stinking boost die.
We don't need no fucking boost die.
Everything in the cool, and the player left.
I'm finally gonna get to shoot my gun. I don't remember how to shoot guns in this game. Oh boy.
8-1. There we go.
I'll tell you how to shoot guns in this game. You click the dice button next to the gun.
Okay, Zifix is going on Gree's turn. And maneuver to tell him to do something.
I
Oh hell, what is this guy's cool or vigilance? And is short or engaged?
If he's in short, it's 1 boost dice. If he's engaged, it's 2 boost dice.
Okay, edge. Oh, that's on brand.
I mean, after all the spares we've rolled this session,
The NPC is rolling shittiest is anyways. PC slot. Who is going first?
Can I go first so I can do that thing?
Shoot it.
Oh, not
Go
the
for it.
thing.
Storm 1.
All right, I'll take it. Wait, it's what's maneuver? As an action.
Medium.
okay.
But for what?
So bigger they are, that they can see. So
His
that's within
signature.
their range.
Okay, so I will say. How long can everyone go tonight? Is I think that we might be able to finish before 2 Eastern. At this rate that we've been going.
Yeah, let's try it.
Let's fucking go.
In that case, Ian, you get a feeling that maybe you should save that particular skill. This might not be the smallest or the largest thing you encounter within these caverns.
I will take the word of God and
Grease said that these are the size of these didn't quite match. So just a word of warning. There could
Professor Oak's
be.
voice echoes in my head. I will just shoot him.
Yeah, the medium range band from there.
For some reason, damage Sally has a longer range than actual Sally.
What?
It's because of the it doesn't have certain qualities that limit its range, but also increase its damage.
How did Sally get damaged again?
No, like I got it damaged because you didn't want to give me an OP weapon right off the bat.
Well, I meant like, was it damaged
The
recently?
droid
after
brain
repairing?
got damaged in the last session.
Oh, true. Wait. So that
Or maybe
gets
it was
rid
2
of
sessions
my
ago.
upgrade. That gets rid of droid accuracy, so that removes 1 boost on me.
Okay. Excuse me.
Take a
But I'm
maneuver
still
to
getting
aim.
2 from the check. I will take actually both maneuvers. I'll take the strain.
You are up against 1 rank of adversary.
I will take it.
So
It's 2
upgrade 1.
strain. 2. It's 2 strain 2 upgrade, right? For
So if you have true aim, that's your first maneuver. If you want to aim again, it's for your second maneuver. That's 2 strain,
That is 2
and that
strain,
gives you
okay.
a boost.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, and true aim adds that 1 boost as well. So you have
As an upgrade actually.
it's still aim, if I remember correctly. So it's
Doesn't-
giving true aim's upgrades plus the 1 boost, and then the second aim is a boost.
I won't complain.
True Aim's pretty rad.
Okay, so wait, what's the difficulty again?
Actually, agree.
medium, and 1 upgrade for adversary.
So
1 red, 1 purple.
Yeah.
It's got no defense.
That is correct. It is a gigantic beast.
wait, did you say I'm getting 1 boost per rank of true aim?
No, just
Just 1
true
per
aim.
aiming. Okay.
True
got it.
aim augments the first aim you do to give it those upgrades.
So true aim gives the benefits of. Well, true aim plus 1.
Good lord.
Mm.
Okay, how many? Which pierce does it have?
That is a
Did
good
I?
question.
Did Sally never have? That doesn't
No.
sound right.
No, because it's like the base, the gun that it is does not have pierce. It's got something else later down the line. It's a disruptor rifle, so it doesn't really go through things. It kind of
makes them not exist anymore.
Yeah.
It makes things go through other things.
Usually
Oh,
it gets
yeah.
breach. Yeah.
Breach is not on there. It's more of a. Okay, yeah. So,
Is that another despair I see?
that definitely tears a hole through. Where are you aiming on this thing for flavor?
What does it look like? Is it literally a biomall from?
Nope.
Okay. Aside from the giant crest, I don't really. You know what? I'm gonna try to dissolve some of the crest. And I have a really funny idea for the Triumph and Despair if you'll run with it, or if you'll allow me to suggest.
If you click on your predictive analysis attachment in the chat.
I think that's part of the droid targeting system, though. It is
Okay.
currently offline. Let me actually make sure.
Droid brain is an item attachment.
Yeah, predictive analysis is from the droid targeting system, so I wouldn't be able to.
Alas.
Alas.
Okay. So let's do damage first, I guess. 24 bypasses its, or it overcomes its soak and deals 9 points. And you have 3 advantages and 2 triumphs.
So my idea for the Triumph and Despair is that Sally comes back online as a Triumph, but then immediately fizzles out because of the Despair.
And then comes back on because of the second triumph.
If you want to, actually, if you wanted to burn both to counteract the despair of turning Sally back off, then sure. Battlefield medicine. Better living through martial combat.
Sally, you're back.
Beep, 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 beep. For the advantage, I'd like to crit.
Okay, so that's a 2 for crit plus 10. Oh boy. How do we do this again?
Plus vicious
50.
5.
Is it on the... where on the...
It should be the macro that you can click.
Oh.
So that should be at a plus
6.
50.
So a vicious plus... Are you using that 1 advantage also on it?
Yeah, why not?
You need another 2 advantage to increase the crit.
Wait. Sorry, it has been so long since we've done Star Wars.
Wait, I thought
So
it was
the
1
crit rating is
advantage.
how many advantage it requires.
Yeah, it's got crit 2, so it needs two advantage per crit.
Oh my god, I think I've either been playing things only with crit 1, or I've been playing Star Wars completely wrong the entire time I've played it.
Oh my.
Anyways,
Truth comes
I would
out.
use a crit 1 weapon, now that I think about it.
or cause specific crits. Okay, plus 50 crit and... Okay, let's see what happens.
Which is a purple die to all its jacks.
Oh, sweet.
What does that do?
No, we do not have permission to view this item sheet.
I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah.
a plus purple to everything for the rest of the encounter.
Difficulty die. Yeah, purple die.
Okay.
Okay, so
It could have been so much worse.
it could have been an insta-gib anyways. So, Ian, where'd you shoot him to cause this?
Right in the crest. And you see the bolt of energy melt away the chitin or bone or whatever it is that's, protecting this creature, and it just melts over its eyes and reforms, blocking its vision.
That is an excellent description of a crit, sir.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming, yeah, that's two maneuvers and an action. Next PC slot.
Who wants to go? Because if not, I'll go.
If I can go, I could use get scrap 'em which gives boost dice for every combat check against that thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I will. Yeah, see the target. I will take a boost die for aiming, and I will open fire with the shotgun. The medium range shotgun. What's the difficulty of the check?
1 purple, 1 red.
Oh, that's it.
Adversary one, basically.
Medium plus 1 adversary. In other words. Wait, is medium 3 or 2?
Nope, 2. Short,
Or
medium,
one,
long.
2, long 3, 4.
1, 2, 3. Okay, yep. So
Yeah,
there you
take-
go. There we go.
All right. We'll take 3 of those advantage. I think.
What is your
Center mass. This thing's so big. I mean, it's got
What's
a
your-
giant face. Right?
what's your pierce?
Pierce.
Does anyone have something with pierce in it?
Jethor has a lightsaber.
Which is fine if it doesn't. Just double checking. No, I do not see a pierce quality. Oh, I need to do prepare as well for the racking the gun, so that's 2 of my maneuvers. Nope, that is just 14 straight damage.
And what are you
You
gonna do?
fire your scatter gun from where you stand,
Yes.
and it hits center mass.
Yep.
This thing is unfazed. You do not go above its soak.
Well, that's okay because we're going to. Hold on, I think it's except for some strain. Come on. I will suffer 2 strain. I will activate Scrap 'em, so everyone gets 2 boost die. I'm targeting this thing.
Cool.
Okay.
Treg, since I got a triumph on my initiative, I could move Zifix to short and you could lunge out and slice at one.
That sounds great.
End of my turn. Yep.
Go ahead.
Alright, so I'd like the triumphs to move me to short range with that monster.
I will drag you guys over 1 band.
Okay. Now, Jeff, will take your turn.
Okay.
Yeah, 3rd PC slot, and then the mercs, and then 3.
All right.
Let's reach out and touch someone.
I will spend a maneuver to engage. I'm just looking at my stuff here. Okay. Yeah, let's swing.
Alrighty. 1 upgrade.
1 upgrade?
Or not.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
difficulty. Adversary.
And we have a boost die from Scrap 'em. Or is it 2 boost dice?
2 apparently.
It is 2. I just put the initial one to show that it cost me some strain to do it.
Yep. Okay, 2 boost die. Blah blah blah. Swing.
Take it out, Jethor.
Oh wait. I rolled a 4 on my 1d10 roll.
Yay. I don't know what it means.
You rolled a 4, and
Yes.
Dawn feels as strong as ever, currently, as in the sense of it's normal.
Okay. I will suffer 2 strain to add my brawn to this attack, so that adds another 6. So that boosts it to 23 damage. Breach 1.
Oh,
Remove
hey.
some
23 breach 1.
So
23, I need to do math on a calculator because it's about that time of day.
Well,
Well, I'm not the
take it
only
easy.
one
You
who
can just
struggles.
you can just count breaches plus 10 because it has more than 10 Zerg.
Yeah.
So it's almost like it's been hit by 33 damage flat.
So, fuck. 18. How do you want to do this? As it completely bypasses nearly all of its natural armor.
So Zivix rushes forth, and Jethor, with a powerful leap, leaps forward. He spins the staff over his head, almost like a long quarterstaff. Grabs it about center mass, and as he's landing, just cuts straight down, and the blade hits where Ian's initial shot hit, where it weakened the armor, and it just severs right through, cuts down, slices kind of halfway through this thing's face, ending in the middle of its very wide gaping maw, and then just pulls it free and kicks it to the ground.
Loud cheering comes from the mercs. You just took down a fearsome creature in 2 blows.
3 blows.
And
We won't.
Jethor, make me just 2 purple resilience real quick.
2
As
purple.
this thing is, it's death throws. Yes.
I was about to go, acid blood, acid blood.
I'm okay. I'm okay, guys.
This
Yeah,
thing
no, that's resilience.
almost
It dies faster in comparison.
almost an almost viscous substance that radiates pure dark side. This ichor just drips from each from the mouth and the wound on its head and the other wound that you had inflicted, and it burns away like ash in your presence, even without Dawn being close to it. And not exactly part of the triumph. You see a second creature, much like this one, up here. But even though it's alert, even though it's looking straight at you, it starts backing away and runs.
Kind of turns back, points
Contact
Dawn,
plane, contact plane.
points Dawn toward it. Another beast is running. Be on your guard.
Probably going to alert the nest.
Then I advise we prepare if it returns. I will use the 3 advantage from the original check to heal 3 strain.
Okay.
And
So if anyone likes to roll cool or disciplined for strain, this has definitely gotten the blood pumping.
no difficulty.
No difficulty, cool, or discipline recovery.
Oh,
You
no.
failed to be cool.
For Ian.
I don't need to be cool. I'm old.
He's like, oh, the blood's pumping. I'm having a heart attack.
Yeah, I'll strain recovery.
Oh, bound to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, all strain
And I
recovered.
think the other 2 are fine. No. Mordon.
Yes.
Cool
Just
or vigilance?
Well, I mean, you obviously know the answer for that one.
All the cool.
Yes,
The man
Full
is
strain
Ooh.
recovery, please.
I don't know. Nillian might have rubbed off on you, so you'd use the worst stat possible.
How'd you know what I was gonna do?
We all
Damn
know
it! Have I become so easy? I mean, I'm gonna do that anyways.
we all know Morden has consistently shades down. He's just that cool.
Oh my god, Nillian.
He has no straight to recover is why.
How did you know? How did you know I would
Vigilant,
choose it?
it's cool or
Basic
but-
observation.
Why do I keep mixing it up with Okay, what am I rolling? It's cool
What
or
the
discipline?
fuck?
What is happening tonight?
These dice rolls.
I keep mixing it up with
I think we
Vigilance
get
for
all
some
of our
reason.
strain back, guys.
Mordon is the coolest person on this planet.
He
I only
is.
had 3 strain.
He just had another pair of shades drop over his first pair. It's out of
know-
nowhere.
I know how.
Not a pair of shades, and then for the second triumph, one
What
of
do you
those pairs.
think?
A third pair of shades.
Hey, sir, can I turn one of my greens right now into a blank one for my vigilance roll?
No.
Why are you the way you are?
So I know how to in the interest of time, although this was just to recover strain. We got 1, 2, 3 triumphs. And may or may not be begging for a destiny point, but as you just saw, whatever that the second creature had thought before joining the fight, it just saw Jethorn turn tail. Everyone here is exuding a great amount of confidence. Could say that such an aura is able to perhaps encourage other things to maybe steer clear towards your destination.
Yeah, sure.
I'm cool with it.
Does Green notice any other working terminals in the room? Or is everything here just dead?
Still the same, except instead of lines, they've now become amorphous and stretched. Night never ends. Night never ends.
Are we out of combat?
Yeah, we're out
Yeah.
of combat.
Okay, I was just looking at that.
Y'all finish that. It's on brand for Kibbella. The big critter dies in the first initiative round.
Gun
Explode!
and lightsaber.
Yeah.
Mostly lightsaber.
It's okay. You gotta tell me my tactic objectively. So
So, returning to after the slaying of this more or less small rancor thing is definitely not, especially when its lifeblood is expelled from its wounds on dying. It's definitely not a rancor that anyone else here probably knows, although
do you think I could squeeze out with 4 ranks of knowledge warfare?
it would be more difficult, but sure.
Yes.
If anyone else would
Travel
like
in some Jedi.
heard stories,
Would you like education, or did you really want xenology?
so warfare would work, lore would work.
Would survival work?
Is the difficulty different
Lore
between those two?
or warfare?
Yes, lore would be lore would be more like 2 red, 2 purple. Warfare 3
You're red,
red,
2 purple.
1 purple, and some setback. 2 setback.
Give me the little one again.
2 red, 2 purple.
This is a good
I
idea.
have no idea how I failed that.
Damn it! I even chose my worst one. This cannot be.
Why are
Oh wait,
you
no,
like
that's not a
this?
rim. It's
Why
the
do
same as
you
law, for
fail?
better or worse.
Okay.
So you
You
said
fail
3
when I
red,
succeed.
1 purple for warfare.
Yes. And 2 black.
And technically, Grog did better than me.
And 2.
Why?
And 2 black. Well, I'll ignore one of them with researchers. I will add a black die.
What the fuck? How? When? I'm not gonna.
Oh, commander
Huh.
has researcher. Don't ask me questions like that.
I mean, strategery, maybe.
Like that
Yeah,
removes
that's
black. It
the
doesn't
main
add
reason.
black.
Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Oh right, no. Nice.
Jethor is very aware
Wars-
that he doesn't know what the heck these things are, so he's not rolling.
War is based. So, Ian, this thing would look nice mounted on your wall. Other than that, there's no freaking clue. Grony, you've actually heard stories of these things. Gree, lore, you understand exactly what type of creature this is. Drag, you rub shoulders with Jedi who have had the displeasure of running into these things.
Just an
Eventually,
underwear.
either on your own or by coordinating with the others, you would understand this being to be a Tarantatic. It is a creature born of Sith alchemy from times immemorial, when Sith had even less compunction to abide by both rules of war and also general common sense, if such a thing is possible. They feast on the Force sensitive. They go into hibernation when there is either nothing to eat or a less than comfortable supply of the dark side in the general world. They are very good at doing what they were created to do. They are increasingly dangerous. There's one dead in front of you. You saw a second one retreat, and that in and of itself is a feat.
I think we could repeat.
Yeah.
But can we eat its meat?
Wouldn't want to.
It is a dangerous treat.
It's not so sweet.
Feed.
Even
Not
Grony's. Even Grony's not crazy enough to try that.
And let us be swift to feet.
To see
Right,
which
to the
other
next screen.
Tarantex we greet.
See.
With defeat.
Yeet.
No, you ruined it.
I did not. I finished it.
Yeetus
Okay.
and deletus.
So, I will just activate the next scene because
My eyes.
assuming everyone, yeah, the Destiny point to spend, you just killed this thing extremely easily. You see, and are you guys able to see generally where light
90% at the
is?
moment.
We do not have vision.
Loading.
Oh, okay.
Awaiting
No.
visual.
How easy that thing went down. I don't think we have anything to worry about.
We have plenty to worry about.
Fine, it's fine. I also can't see.
It's
anything.
fine, guys. I have dark vision.
Yeah, scanner goggles, we all have dark vision.
Yeah, that negates that particular. I activated this, right? It's just taking.
Yeah,
Oh
just
no!
What the hell?
For once, I pick a race with inherent dark vision, and it's rendered null.
Like we're in the high tech future of 2,000 years ago. Star
But
Wars.
I don't know if Zifix has a problem. He probably does. I just put lights around the. Oh damn it! I didn't mean to do that. I put lights around the map just now to kind of just show everyone This would have been a very interesting crawl.
Just
This gonna chuck all of you to the
100%.
wind.
Yay, 100%.
Wow.
All right, we're now in the large intestine.
Man.
But this, as you pass through, as everyone passes through the corridors, there are the large eyes, inscription scrapes, so these large creatures, but it's more like echoes as they retreat further within.
My character got dragged off into the dark, and I don't know where.
Wee.
There we go.
Oh, where am
It
I?
has-
Why am I over here? I'm in a room. Hello? Where'd everybody go? There's a pool table over
I
here.
spent so much time making walls and such, but that was a different
Era.
Hello?
a
Oh.
different era. So everyone, I don't know. This ways is an exit out of this particular starship wreck into what seems to be more natural cave formations. However, we just got disconnected.
I was just swapping, just refreshing.
Oh. And there are
This is
echoes
heading
as
to the
they
shrine?
go further and further away towards the shrine. Yes. So, stop that. Without incident, the party is able to go further and further, and the object of their desire is located within the shrine, and there's only one way to go forward. How does everyone like to arrange themselves?
Rare.
Same as last time.
Did you just say rare?
Same as last.
Grabbing onto the robot this time, other side. I'm done with walking.
Wait, where do you even go?
Everyone tries to hang off the six.
I mean, he does
Overload,
give
error.
range. He does give range defense.
That's in
Not
front
that-
of you.
Not that it would really help against these things, but is there anyone else that's missing? No.
We march.
So, Greg, where are you?
Oh,
You bring up the rear with Ian, or basically we'll be starting with an engaged, court engaged with everyone. Actually, let's say engaged. It's a large map. Kind of.
Shred, did you die?
He is
You-
muted.
You were muted.
Shredder's kill.
He's fighting more curtains.
Oh god, no.
The most deadly creature.
Shred!
So is what we're looking for in this room, or
Nope, it is on another map.
It's in another
we can
castle.
start loading that map while we wait for Shred?
Yes. The preload thing, which I have no idea what it does.
Obviously, it preloads something.
He speaks the truth.
He speaks for the trees.
And the trees say, go away.
Didn't you know the Lorax talks like this? He's from Brooklyn. He's a Lorax.
Yo, with me is the fucking Lorax.
God dang it, the Brooklyn accent is just so good.
Sitting in all the fucking trees.
The swoomy swans that can't be breathed. What the fuck are you doing to my ear?
Uh-oh. Okay. So, through just straight up, like, Dr. Livesy funk energy, you guys go straight on through and scare the ever-living crap out of these things that are supposed to munch on Sith and Jedi alike for
You've never had
Or
albino
rabies.
Jedi before.
Or a punchy, wrinkled, not Sith.
Albino Jedi fight back.
And are we in the formation that we would like to proceed?
We are in a generically phallic shape. Let's charge.
This isn't even Shred's game, though.
Penetration.
This is a good idea.
I mean,
Commence.
this
If we stay in this position, we will gain more Pierce.
What?
Yes, we'll ram through and shoot at our Jedi.
No.
The force push Pavali always wanted.
Grody doesn't know how to respond to this.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, guys. The blinds have killed me.
Next trip.
Yeah, so eventually, traveling through the caverns is only the one, and it appears more and more clear through each step. Increasingly clear that the smooth walls actually turn in a patterned way that, though devoid of symbols and hieroglyphics, that might be actually carved without tools. Such a thing is not unknown. There are multiple species able to use such methods, but, well, as Gree no doubt had indicated that this might be a place of power, everyone is ready, come what may. And as the group, one moment. As a group eventually stands finally into the opening of what appears to be a sanctum. One moment. Because this thing decided to break due to the fact of why not? God for that.
Yeah.
Skippy-biddy-bop. Bop. Papa-po. Papa-pa.
Bada boy.
Booga, booga, booga. Meow.
Ah, we fit that part. Inane babbling.
Double a ding dong. Okay.
Do your ritual before you. Oh, there we go.
The litany of percussive maintenance. Yes.
does it look so evil?
Seems like a nice place.
There is a shrine, obelisk and pillars of black stone. Some knocked over, others still standing by a thread, cracks running along them. In the center, there is of course, as is natural for such places, responsible for bringing down ships, stranding individuals, and, of course, housing creatures that consume life, force sensitive or not, and leave nothing behind. as a home for a small little gem. It's
We
even from
we
this even from this distance, you can see that there is a slight pulse, a light purple, enshrined within black, smooth like a pearl, and wisps of something like smoke are permeating the area, but they seem to also be lending themselves towards shapes around them. And even one large one extends outwards and above and behind, as you see more of these creatures regard you as you enter. They appear to be waiting. Certain intelligence about them, as they don't immediately rush.
should we take cover?
Jethor, Dawn feels there's a sensation that you've never felt from the sentient crystal. If you would like to try and explore or commune with it.
I would.
Okay, same roll as we've been making.
Of course. Of course. Tonight. Of course.
Is that another fail?
Another
Oh my
fail
God.
with another despair. I have not succeeded on this check yet.
Same, bro. Right on. Join the
So,
club.
Would you like to use a destiny point
Do
Sure.
it. Live with your failure.
to re-roll with those other two force die?
2 red difficulty, right?
No, it's not one of those psychic
Oh.
attacks. This is something separate.
Yeah, I will.
Actually, well, here, bargaining. 1 for a re-roll with the 2 force die, and 2 for negating a despair if there happens to be one.
Don't keep giving him them.
Not just one. I'll just reroll.
Okay. It's going to be hilarious if...
So, with the destiny point, I'm rolling with all 3 of my force dice?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Finally.
Dawn's attention is directed only at the crystal, perhaps within the shrine. It feels anguish and rage as you understand that it is being fed upon by these creatures, tortured and bled, just to the brink of, well, if a kyber crystal could die, but kept weak and only able to extend its nightmare to the world around it, and even to the skies above, to share in its anguish.
Feeling this, there's a warmth that grows in Jethor's chest. There's a he feels that indignation, a almost righteous anger, as he intunes himself with his crystal. And you see him step down from Zivix and raise Dawn, his blade high, and he channels the force into the blade, and you see it flare brighter. A golden amber light flares above him as he raises it high toward, in the air toward these creatures. Creatures of darkness. That crystal belongs no longer to you.
Each return a rumbling growl to shake the rocks around them, and even perhaps rattles the bones of those in your party. But then one of them crumples almost inwardly and falls over. And another. One even tries to scramble forward and backwards and into the shrine, but it too falls. The last is cowering and whimpering in fear, which is very strange for such a large creature. But on top of the shrine, climbing atop it, there's another. Its spines are greater, its tusks are even longer, and the ichor of these other Terrantotics are slowly draining and leaking out of their orifices and making their way to this one that has just made its presence known. It grows larger.
Yay.
Whoa! Oh my god! Ah!
And it reaches as bones snap and flesh crumbles and reforms, and it's crawling sensation as you watch this thing grow before your eyes. It reaches down with an even larger, still lengthening arm and crushes the skull of this last thing before it. This last smaller Terrantotic, as it squeals out in pain and abject fear. And it grows one last time.
Oh, what the hell is that thing?
And I need to change
Albino, what did you do?
It recognizes both threat and also something incredibly delectable. Realizing that it has another crystal that it can potentially thrive on.
Oh no.
I need everyone to roll initiative after I set you into combat states.
Everybody gets 2 boost die to your initiative roll.
That's unfortunate.
To be honest, the difference in my cool and my vigilance, not very good.
And how do I add another initiative? Initiative slot.
You might be able to just right-click it in the initiative order.
Oh, you want to do your thing?
I'm not actually sure how it works in the Star Wars one.
boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Well, it's to move, certainly.
Well, I'll just do this. Just freak everyone out for a second.
My God.
Nani?
Oh,
it's even.
You could put it on and then make it invisible.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
So it should show up in your tracker, but not for us.
Wow, Morden, you're so cool. I wish I was as cool as you.
Now it can be as cool as me.
Apparently, you're wearing 4 sunglasses. How are you doing that?
Okay, and I guess to make it so. Top of the turn order, this thing commits all 4 of its force die to misdirection blur. As its nemesis slot and advances very slowly, as it's still a silhouette 4 creature, but 1 range band closer towards everyone. It is now in short range. So,
Gentlemen, it was an honor knowing you. I think. Didn't really get a chance to know you that well, but may have been my fault.
There will be time yet for knowing.
I hope so.
and that's all it's going to do for now. But for the duration of holding misdirection, you get automatic 4th threat
To your checks.
to checks made against it, yes.
Hmm.
However, being close to Jethor, how many can you negate passively?
It's a little different when it's already activated. I have a way that I could turn off his force power, but I can't do anything about the current effect. The only thing I could do is it would give him failures and reduced pips on the check if he made it.
Okay.
So does he have to make? Does he have to make a misdirect? Like, does he have to make?
He just activates it. But what I'm hearing is potentially the use of a destiny point to affect the entire encounter while you're able to keep it up.
Misdirect doesn't have like a check it makes where he rolls all his force dice.
Well, actually, let me reread
Most
it again.
force powers do.
It would have to. Okay. Yeah, actually, you would have to roll it and then activate it to commit.
Right. So he would have to make the check, and he gets 1 less pip because of my suppress right now, and 3 failures, but not 1 less dice, but 1 less pip.
Okay, so that would be represented by a tip that he'd need, or
Like, you know how when we roll force powers, we generate pips. He gets 1 less of those to spend on activating it and all the other stuff.
okay, yeah, just looking at it. Okay, yeah. So he's gonna try doing a misdirect in order to go into committing those. And minus
He
1.
effectively gets 1 dark.
He gets the 1 dark he needs to activate it.
Mm-hmm.
And Actually, yeah, he's just gonna commit to the force die to give 2 threat on any of those types of checks towards him.
Okay.
So it's using the light side dice?
What's committing?
Ah, right.
It activated the power and then is committing 2 dice.
Yes. Let me post that.
All this talk of force pips and dark and light power, and I don't understand none of it. All I know is gun.
That is completely okay. Okay. PC slot. Whoever would like to go first.
Any strategies anybody wants to give out?
For the record, what is the silhouette of this creature?
Noted.
Okay, and to confirm, it's GM fiat that it's obscuring the silhouette for.
It is providing a misdirect to itself for the 2 threat. Aside from the light is just a ambient thing.
No, I'm just confirming that it's used points into strength to be able to increase the silhouette it can blow.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Oh shit! Actually, you need extra points to do strength, don't you?
Yes.
It fails to. It fails to muddle your guys' senses, so it is just base. It is based.
Suppress!
Based on what?
GM Rage versus Suppress. Go burr!
Yeah. So PC slot with that in mind.
It thinks
Who would
it's,
like to lead the assault?
It thinks it's blue.
The person who can remove its soak, I guess, can lead the assault.
Yeah, I was gonna say. GM, I would like to do that now.
Begin the CC.
I mean, you do have the brag, I believe.
Well, we have a bunch of PC slots in order, so I guess we could do. As long as Drag and I are both within the first 3.
Okay. Yep. Well, whichever.
So you drag and Jeff, I guess. At least that would be my recommendation.
That would probably be wise.
So Drag needs to make that leadership check with whatever modifiers.
I need to
Him
make
going
the
first.
survival check.
No triumphs, but
Okay, so everyone appears to get a 1 strain cost free maneuver.
Ooh.
I believe that activates just now.
One strain to perform 1 free action instead of. Okay.
Well, if there was a triumph, it would be an action, but because it was just a regular, it's free maneuver.
That's good.
You can aim, you can activate a talent, you can move away.
I had myself muted the entire time. I'm really smart.
Oh, okay.
So
That
yes,
explains that.
Who wants to take a free maneuver? I assume most of you would.
least get out of the way. So like Jethor, I don't know what maneuver you'd want to take first. You want to engage with it? You want to...
Yep. I think I'm going to take the imbue item maneuver.
Oh, interesting. Right, Mordon, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know if I can take any maneuvers. The view, I think, but I will move.
Sweet. What about you, Gree?
I'm not quite sure what I would do at this moment.
Ian?
Yeah, so if I can move, I'm just gonna move over here. Away from the rest of the group.
So laterally, still in short range of it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Bob and
Brony?
weave.
What about you?
Aiming is a maneuver.
Oh yeah, I could aim in advance, I guess.
Yeah.
Or telling Zifix to do something is a maneuver.
That too. Zifus can fly, right?
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to double check the quote-unquote tree that he had, but I believe so.
Propulsion system, tier 3, he moves fast. Easily able to cover 2 bands.
That's good. Grony, what do you want to take a free maneuver or no?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah.
True aim is a maneuver, right? Specifically.
Yes. That's
Okay. I'm gonna use my 2 ranks to do true aim. Aiming just directly at it. Okay. Just the one, right? Just the one free maneuver.
Yeah, just one.
To confirm, we've stripped this thing soak yet, have we?
Not yet. No, this is
Next turn.
part 1 of the
That'll be
set.
me.
That's what I'll do though.
Yeah. How about you, Ian?
Wait, do we each get 3 maneuvers, or is it one person?
I got basically 4
Presence.
ranks of leadership, and it doubles my leadership, so 8 people can suffer 1 strain to take free maneuver.
I'm gonna be evil and burst your bubble. I don't think the ability can work on it.
Work on
On this creature, the Silhouette 4 creature.
If,
Why
I think you.
not?
I thought you had upgrades to
I
increase.
do. I have all the upgrades. So I get up the
you can affect the
silhouette
silhouette
4.
target.
And this
Okay,
is
yeah,
a
alright.
silhouette 4. Yeah.
Okay then, yeah. You just barely can affect it with the best upgrades. Right,
mean,
my apologies, as you will.
AT-AT is just a low, of course. So this thing's literally massive. Anyways, Ian, you're gonna take a free maneuver, or the one straight maneuver?
Yeah, is using my Ascension pistol or my Ascension gear a maneuver?
The Ascension
overtly
pistol, I believe, is an action because you're taking a ranged check, and most times, unless it says as a maneuver, make a check. Most checks are
Oh wait,
actions.
no, it's on my armor. But it's also as an action. Would I be able to use several maneuvers to trade in for an action?
No.
No, not by raw.
Action's just too good.
You'd have to have a talent if it even exists.
Actually, I will take a free maneuver to power up my power armor because I just realized I don't have that up right now.
Sounds good. Take that 1 strain. All right. And then, hold on, where's that talent? Here we go. I'm going to spend a destiny point to activate unmatched teamwork, and I will yell at Ian to Take a shot while it's still distracted.
Oh
So I
god,
will
I'm blinded by the light!
My eyes!
My eye!
So, Ian, you get since I have all the upgrades on Mesh Teamwork, you get a triumph on your next check.
Neat.
And then I will also spend a maneuver to tell Jethor, make me proud, Jethor.
Okay,
Be the
Dad.
Jedi Knight that the Order would want you to represent.
I've never had a father. I don't know why you're assuming it's that role.
Don't make it on for Jethor. So you too, Jethor, will also get a triumph on your next check.
Huzzah!
No, I guess that works.
Yes, and then I will spend the last maneuver. I'll take the 2 advantage I got from the check to take an extra maneuver. And I will move kind of like Mordon, within short range, but away from everyone else. And that'll end my turn.
Okay, drag.
Yep. No, I've already ended my turn, so I'll let
Sorry.
Ian.
The other big beefy burly guy with fur. Yeah, I'm gonna do that thing. So one of the upgrades is that I can use athletics, or actually there's 2 upgrades. There's one for survival, one for athletics. I don't know why I have both. I will use athletics to activate Bigger They Are, and that should just be a straight 2 difficulty with a free triumph.
Hey.
Oh. Flip that light side point as well.
So that's gonna be just 1 strain. This is. Oh, this thing just got really big all of a sudden and ate the small ones. So it's a little bit unsettling, but yeah, you do.
I would love to hear how he's using the Bigger They Are with athletics. I just want to hear the narrative. Are you like strongmanning this thing? Like, oh, you think you big? Look at me.
He is a bounty hunter.
You know what?
You
This is
don't
all
lift,
flavor.
bro.
This is all flavor, but I ascension gear up to the top via its horns, and I basically jab Sally right between the eyes and drive it to the ground.
You know what they say. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
And I backflip off and run back to the group.
So I can see that as like an overloaded shot to disorient it. Yeah.
Aha!
So yeah, for the next 5 rounds, actually.
Jeez.
Okay.
Until it is done.
I'm not sure if it's avoiding both soak and defense, or soak or defense, but
I believe
I
it's
don't know if
just
it's a
soak.
choice.
Just like
I'm looking up the long text of your.
It's a little bit higher up in the chat.
Yeah, not looking at the actual thing.
Ignore the target's armor or soak.
Armor would be
vehicles.
for vehicles, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. So yeah.
yeah, I was just the vehicle equivalent of soak.
Man,
then
good thing
you
we
got
never do vehicle
Ryan.
combat.
I recommend it. Not doing it.
Is there any like elevation I can take in this general vicinity?
I mean, the ceiling is about 40, 50 feet high, but there's no real good.
There's no
Is
pillars
there like
about
a
or anything?
pillar I can climb or something?
Yeah, the pillar's probably 20 feet high, but still within reach of this thing, you gather. Though it does provide a better vantage point to shoot more vulnerable bits, so you would get like a height advantage.
Can I do that as a maneuver? Climb a pillar?
Well, you got that triumph. Is there anything else you want to try thinking of before moving?
Could I burn a maneuver and the triumph to use the integrated ascension gear to actually
Sure.
get up to a high elevation?
Sure, make me the range light.
Neat. So you said the ceiling was about 40 feet up. Is there like a balcony or? Can I get
You
No,
mentioned there was like a
just
pillar
an
20 feet
open-
away.
The pillars are 20 feet high. The ceiling is 50, but there's nothing that. If you ascensioned up to the ceiling, there is nothing that would allow you to stay up there before the hook would just fall out. No
Right.
support.
Okay. I will get on top of like a pillar archway somewhere nearby. Let's say this one.
Okay.
So
And
that'd
range
be
light.
Range light average, I think. Average difficulty.
I guess 2, right?
Yeah.
It should be on the thing.
No, I just had to check. And I will use those 2 advantage to toss myself a boost die on my next shot if I can.
Sure.
Are you using range light with only characteristics?
Yeah. I don't actually. So it's an armor attachment. It's not. I don't have an ascension pistol or something.
Mhm.
So I can't actually roll that one specifically.
Yeah, it's not
I
like
could
a
add
weapon.
it, but I'm lazy.
Ascension items are generally just range light, if I remember.
Yeah, no, it's on my armor piece. It's just
I was just surprised by the no proficiency dice, no yellows.
yeah. No, all my stuff is in ranged heavy.
The reason why Mr. Dustborn Ravager is glowing is because that is short range. If you are within that range, you are within short range of it.
Okay.
Carry on.
So is that your turn, Ian?
Oh yeah, sorry, that's my turn.
All right. Jethro will take the next PC slot. Again, Dawn raised high. He's going to hop down off of Zivix and just start charging forward.
Now you're in short, so you get to engaged.
So let's spend a maneuver to engage. And you see him, he slams Dawn down and almost not like a full pole vault, but basically uses it to propel himself up. And you see his shield, which would normally be in shield form, just condenses into a really dense fist, and he just goes to slug this thing.
Okay.
What's the... How many ranks of adversary does he have?
4.
4.
Yeah.
Tough beta levels.
Okay. And he doesn't do the blur thing, right?
You prevented him from doing the strength needed to do his silhouette. So.
Okay. And I have a triumph from my thing. And I didn't get any extra stuff, right? Just all that. Okay.
Would you like to use a destiny point?
Sure. I have a reason for it. I will upgrade.
You upgrade your automatic triumph.
I got my automatic triumph. All right.
This is a good idea.
Punch.
Oh.
Oh, I see where this is going.
I'm going to hit it for 15 damage. And I'm going to concuss it for 2. 2 rounds.
Let's go.
That's not good.
Got no soak.
So, yeah, 15 damage. And I use the Triumph to concuss it with Concussive Quality 2. So it doesn't get any actions for 2 rounds. Or at least 2 turns. That's probably better how it works, since it's got 2 slots. And then with that, Jethor, again, he vaults up as this thing kind of growls at him, and he just slams his fist right into its chest. And there's just this explosion of force energy into it. Yeah. And that'll be his turn. He'll land and, reignite Dawn and be ready to go at this thing.
Okay, and that gets rid of the action. It doesn't become, oh, I have 2 maneuvers now, right?
It can't.
You have maneuvers, just not actions.
It cannot perform an action. So.
Is this Mango leaving?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. She's turning in.
Oh,
So. My turn over.
wonderful.
Bring it, big bad.
Absolutely wonderful.
And I take 1 strain for... no, actually, after I've punched that thing, I will... No, I'll leave it up. The imbue thing to keep the concussive at 1 advantage needed.
Mm-hmm.
Turnover.
It's not happy. Not that it can do anything with it. However, sensing that this is not the best of situations, it's gonna try that misdirect check again. Okay.
It's got a lot of force dice. I believe it can roll better than last time.
What was that, Love?
So to confirm, can you do misdirect as a maneuver? Oh, doesn't
Not
matter
that it
anyway.
matters. Well,
Suppress MVP.
So it's gonna try fighting through. And turn with 4 strain because it's not a PC. 2 of those to dark side pips and activate blur. Thus committing all of its force die.
Oh, fine.
That's its maneuver for that slot. As Ian had shot it and made it, created the perfect opening for you to come in and then punch it in the face. And as it's on all 4s and you're staring it down the barrel, so to speak, of its many, many meters long tusks and its caverner's maw that could probably take a good chunk out of your upper torso and then some. And you just had the gall to punch it in the face. But then there's this asshole.
I won't be the first one. Or I will be the first one, I won't be the last one.
And it gnashes its teeth, and it has absolutely horrid breath. That's its turn, because you fucking staggered it. Next PC slot.
I would like to punch it now.
Punch bros.
Yeah, I don't have as much armor as he is, but yeah, I'll get closer.
It's okay. It's
Yeah, I'm
staggered.
gonna-
It can't attack you.
Maneuver.
Was
now.
it knocked prone, or does its size?
Lore, and also I just realized something. Because it's
What?
a it's a silhouette 4. Everyone has one less difficulty die when attacking.
Ooh,
That's true.
Yeah, you've got one big
Really
one,
hard
check
to
it
miss.
out.
So what's the difficulty I attack it?
One,
One.
it's upgraded 4 times.
Yeah, 1 purple upgraded 4 times.
Okay, what does that mean?
So, do 1 purple, and then there's a button up at the
Yeah.
top of the box that says upgrade difficulty.
Never knew that about it.
Saw, dude.
So 3 red, got it.
Hit it.
Check
Hard.
one thing.
I think it should actually be 2 red, 1 purple with the -1 difficulty.
3 red, 1 purple,
nail-
got it.
Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
I was just checking for one thing I had on here earlier. A despair.
That's curious.
That is.
And
Wait a second. Is that concussive? No! Stop that.
But there
He
would have
doesn't
been what, four threat on that from the blur.
Yes.
So that's 1 success for 1 threat, 1 despair.
Too dark.
2 dark.
If I was especially vindictive, I'd break the sap gloves. However,
I mean, I saw 5 gold knucklers.
I mean, you
Alright.
could damage them.
well, damage, destroy, otherwise disable. Yeah.
Well, damage is stat. So you really need like 2 to really blow something up. In my opinion.
Yep, and also piercing it too.
But he has no soak, so.
is no soak at the moment.
Oh
so-
yeah! Hey, look at that.
and your two, you have Iron Fist, right? Or whatever it's called, the martial
I would be
artist. Jedi one.
I would be able to tell you one a lot better, but but I don't have my character sheet, so whatever's on here.
Oh no. Well, did you have enhance ability that lets you add to your brawn checks?
I most definitely probably had it.
Okay, so those 2 dark side pips could be turned into either successes or advantages. So at the moment you have 1 threat. On top of everything.
Turn that into yeah, I'll turn that into some advantage. Give her a threat.
Okay. Right. So you do 13 damage, you got that 1 advantage, and despair. What is that despair gonna do?
I don't know, Jim. What's it gonna do?
Your other fist lashes out of its own accord and hits Jethor in the face.
I wish, but sadly I can't do with fist.
Oh, you have 2 fists.
I have 2 fists, but I can't dual wield them for some reason.
I can only use my dominant.
That really should be a talent, to be dual wield your fists.
Oh boy.
I cast fist.
So to resist being pushed back, it would be athletics versus athletics, right? Or is that D&D creeping in?
I mean, it seems reasonable. You could also just interpret some advantage on a brawl check.
Ordon.
Yeah?
Roll me a 3 red and 3 green athletics check. As this thing rears back a large hand.
3 purple, 3 red.
Yes, rears back a large hand and tries to get you away from it. What is it with these small creatures and punching it? Do you dodge or do you stand your ground as you successfully
I use the
avoid
triumph to use
knocked
my
around?
other fist. Punch its arm.
Hold it at bay.
This is my shield punch. Sorry, Zerg, we're punching your boss.
You
Oh,
can
that's a drain.
you can impose a downgrade on the next thing it does, or upgrade, opposing it. This is that Darkside spends to prevent you from damaging it with a triumph. Find something else to do with your time.
I wasn't saying I was punching you. I was saying like, yeah, I completely stopped its arms for pushing me back, and I was planning on doing my damage.
Okay, well that the Darkside spend is just to encourage
Take
you
a
to
dark side
go
back. Stop giving us
Hey.
dark light. I want dark side.
It's literally being punched by yin and yang right now.
Yes, the tastiest morsels. Out
Yeah,
of the
triumph.
group.
It's a little it's not afraid, but a little fearful of both of the people who just punched the hell out of it.
So it'll have an upgrade to
bad?
its difficulty. Sure.
Yeah, when attacking both of us.
If it decides to go after you at any point, yes, it's next.
If it can.
Yeah.
That sigh. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not,
No,
but
you're
I am.
Not enough,
you're
but
not.
somewhat. I'm thematically sorry. I'm mechanically pleased.
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like? Oh, yeah. Anything else you'd like to do? You moved, you whacked it, you pushed it, and made it scared. You have another maneuver if you want to do 2 strain.
Currently just looking for stuff. That was the first I've used this character.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Say again?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Next pieces.
It's just Gree and Grogny, I guess.
And the archaeologist, quote unquote.
The guy standing in the back, pissing himself by the giant monster.
I just realized I was muted, but I was saying I'll give it a try. Grony.
Punch it.
I have not fired this gun. As nice as that would be, I'm already aiming down the sights. I do have shock gloves though. No. Okay. So I'm already using the true aim from the free maneuver I got. That was one
Yes.
string, right? Okay.
Yes, one strain maneuver.
And that gives me all the benefits of a normal aim plus 2 boost die from the rank.
It's 2 upgrades from the rank.
Oh, 2 upgrades, right? Benefits of aiming. Upgrade range combat attack once per rank. Okay, so that's 2 upgrades. I am going to do, for my first maneuver, another aim.
Yep. So you get 1 extra boost dice.
So 2
2
boost,
die plus the 2 upgrade.
2 boost, 2 upgrades.
Correct.
I'm just aiming for. I'm not aiming for any specific part. Okay.
Make sure you add the 4 threat from the blur.
And I'm also gonna try and use this by taking 2 strain. So that'd be 3 I have in total for the Rain of Death maneuver. Okay. So it has 4 threat on it already?
It's 4 threat.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Looks like
So
you're
2 boost. No.
Yep.
2 boost die.
2 boost, 2 upgrades.
-1 difficulty.
-1 difficulty.
Or rank.
So
Because you're in medium range right now, so it would be 2 purple base, so it's down to 1 purple base, upgraded 4 times. There's a button up at the top that says upgrade
okay, 1
difficulty.
purple base. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. That was 2 boost, and then no, just 2 boost. All right.
You needed the 2
I think I did it
upgrades.
right. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Let's see if pew pew. Oh. I don't know if let's see, auto fire. Am I spending 2, what is that, advantage?
yes,
or
To advantage. So you could,
2 advantage. So you get to shoot it. So you hit it a second time for the same amount of damage.
Okay. I want to get a critical. Oh well.
So that's a
let's see.
total of 20 damage.
Let me see.
10 plus 10.
Was that? No, wait. Barrage doesn't count because it has to be a long distance.
But yeah, no, as someone who's used a lot of true aim, I can state that that's pretty much your thing.
What does breach do? Or it doesn't have any
breach-
soak right now, does it?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, breach would be
Okay.
effectively 10 PS. But since it has no armor or soak, that will not assist you at this time.
shoot it twice. Bang, bang.
Yep, so
Wait, I get to shoot it,
and
make
it's
another
equal.
roll, or just
No,
I deal
Uh,
20 damage?
You deal.
you do 2
damage,
sets
I
of
don't
10 damage.
Okay. I finally got to fire my gun.
It is going to reflect in the
Huh?
sense of its scales react, its hide reacts, and reduces some of that damage by 6.
Okay, well, then PS2 comes into play if that's the case. If it's actual soak.
I think it's reflect.
It's
Oh, okay.
damage. It's just straight up damage.
Yeah.
It's not acting as soak.
Yeah, it's like the
Okay.
reflect incidental reaction.
Oh, right. Let's say reflect. Yep. Okay, fine.
So in other words, punch it to death. My shots aren't having as much effect. Keep wailing on it. That'll be end of my turn. I did all my maneuvers and stuff.
Wunderbar. The fellas in the back
That's the
are
max.
roused into action. And together, they fan out, not as cowards, but actually like getting the idea that maybe not everyone should be together.
Mhm.
Maneuver to get over here. And only one of them has a decent gun, and they're more or less a minion group. They are going to fire. And what are the it was
So it's one difficulty for medium range, upgraded 4 times.
2 difficulty for medium range.
Right, but it's reduced by 1 because of how big he is.
Oh, then yes, correct.
And then 4 threat.
counting as a gunnery team right now. Their blaster bolts together do a... They weren't exactly equipped for this sort of encounter. At best, they were expecting other archaeologists and maybe small indigenous wildlife. It's not that powerful. That is their go. And last PC slot.
Greed blinks and it's like, well, I guess I'm not. Yeah. So Greed sees them like run off and then take a shot that goes well. It's like,
well, it's a fix, I guess. We're not having to worry about really protecting them.
So I've got a general idea of what I want to do, but I do ask, sort of want to ask in a meta sense that, like, if the crystal that was in here was pulled out by a non-force user, would this somehow weaken the monster? Or is that just meta flavor and it's still going to enhance it no matter what?
Actually, that streamer of power being sapped from it, all as opposed to having 5 separate ones, it's all now channeling straight into this thing. Make of that of what you will.
My character is smart. I am not. So I don't know what to make of that. No, I'll stick with my original
If you
idea.
interrupt the source of power, generally things become weaker.
Okay.
Also more angry, but weaker.
Do it.
You were on a speedy good boy, so...
Yeah, about to say, I am a speedy boy, so...
Maybe if he touches the crystal, he'll become force sensitive. Make it happen.
Maybe next turn. This turn I'm going to do one of my abilities, actually. But...
think it to death.
Debuff the boss.
My mind.
If I have to. Well, to be fair, I actually don't need to be quote-unquote near. So normally how, because if it effectively goes 2 bands in 1 move, it would only take me 1 move to get there normally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which means I guess almost no matter where I am, I'm going to be able to get into there into 1 turn regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So during this time, this creature has been like shot buckler stabbed and punched, and it's got like chunks of wounds over its body at this time.
Yeah. Damage is more internal at this point because there hasn't been any stabs or shots.
Fair enough. We will move to about here to provide Freg with some cover. And yeah, just what I'm going to see if I can link the thing like everyone else has been doing, like smart people. So I would like to use, as mentioned, I'd like to use one of my abilities.
Okay.
I'd like to apply this to drag.
Huh.
Because being an analyst should be good for something.
4 million new battle strategy after it.
Okay.
But based on that, the GM also has to confirm with the player what knowledge skill would be suitable for this moment. I'm thinking law.
Yeah, that I would be inclined to agree.
Okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to do two purple difficulty check to impart knowledge onto this Republican.
Okay.
Just wait for the roll to appear.
In future battles, this maneuver will be called the Intel Drag and Drop.
Right. I succeed in educating. Yes.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So agree will basically go.
You dip into some of that less than kosher, or not kosher. I mean, yeah.
Some successes. I clearly know something I shouldn't.
Yes, you dip into that not so kosher research on your off hours that help distinguish you in your Watcher class. You know a couple of things about this thing's weaknesses that might help, and you inform Drag accordingly.
And I guess anyone who wants to hear on the comm link is a meta thing, but yeah,
You have
flavor.
squad comms. You got squad comms. It's
Yes.
crackly because you're next to the source of the other form of EMP, but yeah.
Anyway, that is the main thing I wanted to do. Yep. I can't really think of anything else. There's not much point in getting set up to try to charge it, because I only need one maneuver anyway. So no, they'll do it. Flavor-wise, agree will go.
The Vixen. Yeah. Let's protect Drag for the moment. I think I've got an idea.
And we'll start, like, typing out her plan to try to go for the crystal. Anyway, that's my turn.
Okay. It's gonna spend its maneuver and some strain to both disengage and go a range band out. Which, it's a small shrine, but it is now medium from Jethor and Mordon and long from everyone else. There's a shred of intelligence left within its noggin, even after everything is said and done. And that brings us to the next PC slot.
All right, I would like to use that first slot. I would like to make another field commander on it. So let's
You
roll
can't
it.
keep on getting away with
You can't get
this.
away with this. Oh, and it will get better too. Yeah, he can't keep getting away. I would also like to add 1 triumph to that roll as well.
I mean, okay.
Yes, from that thing. So first off, I would recommend everybody, if you can take a maneuver, except for Ian. I think, Ian, you would probably want to have the privilege of having an action.
Oh.
So yeah, Jethor, maneuver. Get
Or
closer?
action.
Or action. Well, Jethor, I'd want to have maneuver. There's 1 triumph, 1 action. Yeah, so I want Ian to get the action, so...
God.
All that
Gone.
raw damage. Gone!
God.
Gone!
Greg?
Treg, you there?
Greg?
He is muted.
I can still get to the thing in 1 turn on my own turn anyway, so
Mordon, how about you, since we're waiting for Treg?
Yeah, I'll take a maneuver.
Oh, take a strain, take a maneuver.
would it be
Yeah,
worth getting in
I
front
think I
of the
closed
crystal
one.
movement?
Close one ranged band right now, don't you think?
Yeah, be good.
From medium to short.
What are you saying, Guns?
I was just wondering, would it be worthwhile just being like literally in front of the crystal now? I guess it could, because if I can successfully take it, maybe I can spend 2 maneuvers to boost right the hell away.
Anyways, Grony, maneuver.
Grony will gladly take that maneuver. To move. What's the normal speed for a maneuver?
1 range
range
band,
band?
so you'd go from long to medium.
How long? What's the difference between that? Is that about 30 feet?
Difficulty dying. But outside the shiny.
I'm just gonna move to behind this wall, this column. That's my maneuver.
So free maneuver.
Free maneuver. Okay.
Yes, maneuver. Well, it's 1 strain to the maneuver, that's fine. Jethor, maneuver.
Jethor is going to keep close to this thing. Move back into short
Sounds
range.
good. Ian, you get the privilege of an action.
Alright, I got the thing set up. What's the difficulty again? It's like one upgrade, but also 1 boost to turn, or 1 less difficulty.
You have 4 threat.
4 threat.
Is he in medium or is he in long right now?
Long.
Okay, so it'd be normally a 3 purple. It's down to 2 purple, upgraded 4 times.
1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so I got 3 red, 2 boost. Wait, is it? I've got a floating boost die for myself, so that's 1. I got droid accuracy, that's another. And then you said elevation also helps?
Yes, 1 boost.
The Kenobi advantage.
Take the shot, Ian.
Done.
Okay.
Somehow overcame 4 threat. Jesus Christ. That's so much
Majorly.
advantage.
That's unexpected.
So you can roll, if you used all the advantage of triumph for crits, you can roll 1, 2, 3, plus 30 to that?
Plus
Plus
30,
whatever.
plus the plus 50. Yeah, I'll crit. I'll
Plus
crit
80,
it plus 80.
Crit.
Do you have any lethal blows or no?
Let me check. That was a good question. I do. I have 2 ranks of lethal blows.
Plus 100. Let's go.
Jeez.
It does
So-
have durable 3.
Yep.
Plus 70. Let's go.
Plus 70. It's still quite notable.
There is a 20% chance he instantly dies.
Also, if you guys are willing to let me, I can do targeted blow, spend a destiny point, and add agility damage. I have 6
Or
ranks in
damage,
agility.
yeah, certainly. Like
Yeah.
Brony thinks that's a good idea.
Hit it,
Alright,
hit
that'll
it
be
harder.
6 extra damage.
25 total damage plus a 70 crit.
The DM gave us these life points to use. We might as well use them.
Didn't you already crit it once, or was that a different one?
Different.
That was the
first
previous
sure.
one. That's right.
And I forgot about my lethal blows for that one.
Oh well.
Plus 70. Let's go.
70 crits. We wait with bated breath.
There should be a macro at the bottom.
Yes, you just need to click on it and roll that crit, just like you did with the 2.
Yeah, you're the one rolling, not us.
Oh, you as in pro.
Sorry, the GM,
Yeah, the
the
GM.
GM. You roll for the person who controls the token who was crit rolls the crit.
And it automatically calculates a previous crit, right?
It should.
If it has.
If it has been crit before.
Oh boy. See what happens.
Yes. Ian. Again.
Oh, another attack. Yep, shoot again.
Shoot again.
Same dice pool, by the way. Same dice.
Using the same pool.
Oh, wait, there it is.
So,
It
yeah,
says it. It's
Yeah.
the word is
okay.
law.
bang.
Okay, literally roll another attack for free.
Oh,
No crit
You
this
know.
time.
Flat damage.
But 24. Yeah, that's competitive.
imagine the chances if he got overpowered a second time.
I don't think that can occur.
He.
But I might be
No,
wrong.
I don't have the
So-
advantage to trigger another
Oh,
crit.
he needs 3 threat net because we forgot to add the 4th threat.
Oh, true.
Yeah, so you suffer some threat, but all in all, you've done 19 damage in the last shot and 24 this time, which
Ian,
is
do you have a
43 damage.
It was actually 25.
spare
the first one.
magazine?
I do not.
Spare it.
Your Sally's ammunition counter fizzles. It's gonna take a little bit to fix it, and it is disabled for until your round after next. I think that's how running out of ammo works.
Running out of ammo is it can't be used until you reload it with a power pack or extra reload. So if he has an
That
extra
was a-
reload, he just spends a maneuver and he's back up. But that depends if he has an extra reload.
I don't think this has ever once come up in any of our campaigns, so I most definitely do not have.
I can assure you, Ricochet was carrying a lot of ammunition.
I know.
Like, on the off chance, because I was expecting it. Also, made sense for a crazy auto-firing person like himself.
For a destiny point, can I say that I do have? an
Yeah,
extra
but that's
magazine?
literally what you can use it for.
Alright.
Just to state a simple item that you would have wished to have packed before.
Reload.
Alright.
Okay, that's the free actions done.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Wait, Ian, it could be your turn.
Yeah,
Can I make
actually, it could be
my
your turn. You could reload with maneuver and shoot again.
GM, can I make it my turn?
You are a
If it's a
player.
PC slot, it can
It is a
can be
PC
yours.
slot
Other
after drag is
PC.
down.
Can I
Yep.
make it my turn?
Shoot
Oh,
again.
I forgot. Hold on. I forgot to do two things. One,
Huh?
I need to encourage Ian with the unmatched teamwork. Get a triumph on your next check because I forgot about that. And I will spend a maneuver to get closer, and a maneuver. To... Yep. And that'll be it. Yeah, just moving it closer. And Ian, get a triumph on your next round.
Woo. All right, I will
So-
spend.
Interrupting the narrative for a second. This thing bellows in rage as Ian lands an excellent shot on the neck. Blood and ichor are spilling out. And there's a surge from the star in Elastia as more of it is drawn into it, and just as its lifeblood is spurting into the air, it seals back up. And some of its wounds begin closing. However, Gree, you notice that as you were nearing this crystal, it seems to have it seems to bear that same oppressive wave of signature that had been assaulting your mind. It weakens. It's not as impressive to try and get closer to it.
And this is presumably in relation to the fact the creature has drawn more of its strength into itself.
You can assume so.
Mm-hmm. How many PC slots do we have before its next turn?
3.
Oh, this is
Regularly, I think. So Gree's turn was drag.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
2.
you got two more.
3 more.
I was about to say, like, should I try to take the crystal now, and then everyone else can have whatever order they wish?
That would be the tactically sound decision, but I also like the novelty of shooting it 3 times in the span of like 6 seconds.
Yep. I don't object. Go for it.
Go for it. And you have a triumph on this one.
And I have a triumph. All right, I'm gonna take the shot. So that is
Get down, Mr. Presentatic.
Maneuver to reload.
maneuver to reload. I curse under my breath in what can only be described as German.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
I cram another magazine in, and okay, so there's a triumph. There is
Triumph the shot.
2 boost die because I've used my droid targeting system already.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how that works. Yes, 1 for encounter. I would like to do 1 aim maneuver, so I'll suffer the strain.
Ian's just on top of a tower back there with a freaking minigun.
It's a minigun BFG.
I assure you, it is quite a large gun. I think that's...
It's not even fully repaired.
So 1 from elevation.
A triumph.
Actually, yeah. Okay, so it's just 1 boost die then.
And 2 difficulty upgraded 4 times.
Yeah, I did that already.
Bang. 5 threat though.
It is gonna
My
do.
friend.
Oh, right.
It's gonna do a reflect to try and close wounds or harden itself. -6, but it doesn't have any soak, so it's still a fuck ton of damage.
Alright. I would like to use the triumph to crit.
So that'd be
Alright,
what?
so-
Plus
Um,
17 minus 30? So that's what? Plus 40 plus the 10 it already has?
yeah.
Wait, so that, can I both crit and vicious with the same triumph, or?
Vicious just
Vicious
it's,
modifies
it's
Always go.
passive, yeah.
Oh, it's just always active. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so I'll just.
Oh.
Vicious
lethal
doesn't require
blows.
any.
So that should be a 70.
Minus
Plus
30 for
70.
durable. But do you have lethal blows?
Yeah,
That's
that's what makes it
Yeah,
70.
2. Yeah.
So it's 100 normally.
Oh,
But it was 100 because you crit a bunch.
Yeah, you crit a bunch that one time.
So it's normally 70.
Oh, right. Okay, I have to use all the. Okay, yeah.
So yeah, 70 minus
30.
30
Plus
but plus 10 because he already had an existing one, so it should be a net plus 50.
but yeah, there's 2 crits. Is overpowered is still a crit on him, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Which is all going to be rolled up
Plus
to,
60. Then
which is accounted for already by the roller. Okay, let's see what happens. Why is it not showing the original?
do you have it selected?
I do. It's
Is the token data linked to the actor?
good. It's only showing the 1 crit though, which is overpowered. I thought there was another crit.
No, that was on the previous
No.
one. That was on the
That was the
previous.
previous.
That was the thing we slaughtered 2 per
okay.
turns.
Well, let's see what happens. Well,
Temporarily
No
late.
more than one maneuver.
that's wonderful.
It cannot run away. It can't keep getting away.
If I can cuss it, it's really gonna be able to do
It
nothing.
can't keep getting away with it.
That is wonderful.
Break his bones. Snap and smash.
So the last is that all you would like to do, Ian, or is you want to make me cry even more?
I would like to pat my gun and say,
That's my gun.
Your cheerful droid beeps.
Guten Fraulein.
Jawohl.
yeah, it's my turn.
Alright, should I attempt to take the crystal now?
You should.
Take it.
Alright. I request for Zifix to take the crystal. Will that
You
require
request
just straight
the-
maneuver or action or?
Okay, you can. Yeah, that would take your maneuver to ask him to do something.
Basically, in short, I'm just presuming that it would be best for a non-living creature to take the crystal.
As a technological being, Zifix attempts to touch this crystal and has to make a resilience check.
Not gonna lie, he's better at it than me. Good boy.
He does not suffer any ill effects and wraps his gigantic basilisk talons around it. However, it doesn't budge. If anything, the servos and servo motors and other joints start popping and clacking as he loses functionality the closer he is close to attempting to drag this thing out. Then it occurs to you that this crystal was responsible for knocking your ship out of the sky. It requires a human touch.
Angry will provide it.
Okay, I will say that with your action, that's what you can do. Or...
Yep.
Just imagine Gree crawling down Zivik's arm to put just a finger on top of it.
Oh, it would be so much for me. I presume Green will like basically sort of reach out in the seat and basically try to wrap it around the same time.
Reach out
Yeah.
for touch.
It's clearly straining.
Okay, you will also need to roll. Well, for you, it's less about resilience, more about
Sending a message.
let's see, use.
Like, I guess is there a way using lore I could figure out how to get this crystal out?
It's less about intelligence, about It's more your state of mind and ability to. This is the object that has caused all that. Unsettling for some, just annoying for others, the intrusion in the mind. So perhaps cool, vigilance.
Both of
one
those
or the
exactly
other.
the same for me.
Okay.
But yes, alright. Gree will try to be cool today. So, what am I looking at difficulty-wise?
3 red, 1 purple, and the 3 boost because suppress is still on, correct?
It is.
So yeah, the 3 boost.
3 red, 1 purple, 3 boost.
Yep.
I would also like to add in the boost I had from last time, in the sense of the next time I'd be mentally attacked, this would come into play.
Yep. That would apply.
And because this seems like a sort of kingmaker moment, I'm going to spend a destiny point to do an upgrade.
And I will flip 1 back because it's thematic for an upgrade.
I'm now facing 4 red. Alrighty. May the moment commence. Success.
Super cool.
Gree, as soon as your fingers wrap around this crystal, your mind goes to a place much like you had been experiencing during this entire delve. Standing on a field of your home planet, and it's dusk. The fading sun is cresting the horizon, and for whatever reason, that word, that name, sticks in your mind, and you see you, a full-blown watcher, the highest echelon of your rank and file, and someone even a Sith Lord can fear for the power that they can wield, despite not being one of the Force sensitive. But they look tired, they look mad, they look defeated, and they stare at you, a perfect reflection. Yes. Can that nightmare end? Are you here to... And it just a pleading look stretches out a hand.
Gree offers a hand in turn.
And Zifix's hands and yours close over the crystal and wrench it free of its resting place.
Mm-hmm.
And the Ravager screams out his pain as almost like tiny little proton torpedoes in a very small sky explode between its along its connection, and it deforms and grows smaller slightly. And much of those wounds that had come back, much of those wounds that had just healed come back. And Jethor, you can feel, and Mordon to another degree, it has lost its connection to this font of the Force, and it only has 1 Force die left committed. So 4 threat is now 1. 2 further combat checks against it.
Alright, like, Gree is like smiling and almost joyful. It's like,
Alright, so we got it. Let's get out of here now!
and Gree will spend strain to use their second maneuver to, like, get out of here. Moving 2 range
Okay.
bands, Zifix is fast.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes. Maneuver, action, maneuver. I'm done.
So this thing is screaming in pain. One arm is significantly larger than the other, as well as the proportions of the rest of its body are contorted, and whatever power it had drawn on before to attempt to overpower these intruders, it is a husk of its former self. But it is not going to go down without a fight, as it shrugs off that signature ability and tries to ignore the concussive quality to lash out at the person that had the gall to punch it. Ostensibly with his own fists. So, what is your defense, Mordon?
Ranged him away.
He doesn't like the glowy glow stick guy.
What can we say? One has a very punchable face.
Or the glowy glow stick guy
Show me your defense.
doesn't seem as dangerous for some reason. Noko, are you dead?
If not, tell us your, I presume,
Sorry,
defense.
sorry. Baja knocks something over.
Oh. What sort of defensive measures do you have, good sir?
I have parry and some 2 melee. 2 ranged.
Okay, so that's going to be a 2 black die. It takes its oversized arm and winds up for a sweeping attack.
Would I be
I didn't get to know you.
Would I be considered engaged with Morden where we are?
Yes, you are in the same short range band.
Okay.
So, oh fuck, no, I mean,
Saw, dude. Saw, dude.
it is a short-ranged attack. It is not engaged with either of you. Okay, so
And it can't move.
It can move one maneuver.
in that case, it's actually aiming. Thank you for reminding me. Well, it is 17 damage on Mordon. No ears.
Is it
and 3
is it
advantage.
technically a ranged attack or is it a melee attack?
It is a brawl attack with a short range.
So effectively
Oh.
melee. It's not ranged. He didn't rip off his arm and throw it at you.
I mean, he could.
Wide punch.
Long claw.
Okay. Well, then I will use.
While you're doing that, I'm going to be the bearer of bad news and say I'm about ready to fall asleep.
We're almost done.
So
Like,
I have.
Let me hold on.
Your character can phonetically have some
You
exhaustion
have
very
maximum 20 minutes before I.
Okay, yeah,
All dead.
that we, yeah,
Yeah.
GM screen,
Super.
GM screams. Yes, go ahead. What does this do?
So when I engage ally, I can use parry. I've got 2 ranks of parry, which means I can reduce it by 4.
Okay.
I can reduce the damage by 4. Morden, you also have parry.
Yeah, so I could reduce it by 2, so that's 6 more damage.
So between the 2 of us, we reduce it by 6, down to 11.
I have 7 soak, so
There you go.
You take 4 wounds.
I use up 3 strain for that parry.
I need you to make a 2 red resilience. I think it's resilience. Damn it. Where the frick is?
And if you're sort of infecting him with like pain or a virus or something, then yes, resilience.
It's poison. Venom.
Yep, that'll do it. Alright, so if Morden's rolling resilience, what's the difficulty?
2 red.
Alright, go see. Roll.
Plus, I just need 5 resiliences.
Bottom left column.
Third
So,
from the
2
bottom
red?
on the left. Yep.
Yep, 2 red.
You are fine.
You feel emotionally
Just have
frightened.
one strain as the poison burns off. Yeah, so
we go.
it's done. Next PC.
Morden, go punch it.
Yeah, I'll retaliate. So I'm gonna do it and punch from a distance.
Yeah, if you're doing Fire Strike, it's also a 1 difficulty range check.
Which
What's adversary though?
Upgraded 4 times.
To confirm, its adversary is still 4 with the reduction in size?
Yes.
All good.
But
Is this range right here, like this blue thing, still the
Short.
so if you're in
Okay.
short, it's a 1 purple normally, and it reduces by 1.
That's a no difficulty, except for the adversary 4, which still wait.
So
Upgrades it 4
2
times.
red.
Yeah,
It's
so
2 red.
double red.
2 red? Got it.
Do you want to upgrade it with a light side point?
I'd say we are stoked on light side points.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And 1 threat.
Upgrade ability, 2 red, and 4 threat. You said
1. It's
1 threat.
yeah. Its connection is severed. It lost its 4 force rating.
Hey, look at that.
You would be doing just regular brawl or unarmed strike. Sap
Is
gloves.
it regular unarmed?
Yeah,
What's your
first
unarmed strike?
Wait, just basic brawl?
Yeah, its far strike is
The
just your.
Same exact.
it probably
okay.
just doesn't have the +1. I think sap gloves have a plus.
Yeah, I think it's that +1.
Do they have a +1 or a +2? I don't remember.
I believe they're +1.
Looking them up right
Maybe it's a
now.
brawl combat check, so I think you can still use the zap gloves with it.
But it's far strike using the force.
Sap gloves are a +2, so just subtract 2 from that.
Yeah, so
But you can
Okay.
add,
Even
I
da-
think, damage with the dark side pips.
Successes or advantages.
If he has enhance, yeah. Otherwise, you just pip to get range.
You do 1 point of damage, unless you have more pierce.
yeah, I have
It's enough to.
backbase siphoning, so that's 2 more. Equal to 4 string, so
Here's 2.
yeah.
There's 3 damage to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we're done? It's done.
You have the thing that reduces crit rating.
Actually, what is the crit rating? Just an unarmed strike.
If it's the same as the sap
5.
gloves, I guess 5. So I
normally
guess you
5,
could
but
spend
there
one of the
is-
dark.
Unless you have Iron Body, which, or one of those talents that reduces it by 2 every time you take it.
Iron Body does it by 1. Yeah, I'm surprised you don't have any Iron Body. Do you have an Iron Body, Mordon? It's like one of them's like a 5 XP.
I do not know, and I cannot check.
No,
Yeah, so probably not.
unfortunately not.
Can you use the dark to get an advantage point?
Oh, I could use the dark unit advantage point, huh?
Yeah, with that you could just get to the critical threshold.
Yeah, I want crit.
Okay.
And for the other 2 dark, is that just going to be 2 damage, or?
Yeah, and with that crit, I have resistance strike improved.
Remind me, what does
Okay.
that do?
You can choose a 2 purple difficulty crit.
Yeah, but God, they wouldn't have the crit table. It's in.
Yeah,
I think you
Your
just.
best one's probably overpowered.
But can he
Yeah, I was
overpower
gonna say overpowered.
again?
Alright, you're going to
You can
overpower
do
and
it
punch it
once,
again?
because the improved precision strike talent says once per round.
Gotcha.
So you can crit.
I just know it
Choose
already
a-
has overpowered, but
Oh, you can apply as many of the same crit as you want. I think there's only one where it says bump it up to the next one. I can't remember which one it is.
okay.
Yeah, so same dice pool.
Punch
Yes.
again.
have fun. See what happens.
This time I actually will roll from the brawl. A triumph and a despair.
So 3
perhaps use
successes.
so much lightning you short on your gloves, who knows?
So it is 2 strain to use the light side tips, or destiny points and 1 strain. I'm gonna assume, yeah, that does
So 10 plus
that
3.
does damage.
13, pierce 2.
Yeah, might as well do the light side.
And
Alright.
with that triumph, you can crit again.
Yeah, I guess it's the theme of the day.
Lethal
Yeah, I
blows,
guess.
right? Maybe
Yeah, I'll crit again. I do have some lethal blows. It's 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to have more, but I can't fucking tell.
You dropped another copy of
How many
overpowered
times-
on the thing.
Yeah,
well,
I'm,
you only
well,
get to choose it once, but yeah.
I am accounting
You
for that now.
Yes. He could
he rolls
randomly
overpowered-
potentially roll into it. How many times has this thing been crit? Because that's how many plus
4.
10.
Or 2, 3. This will be 4. Wait, no, it's been over 3.
You can just check its sheet. Go to the.
Yes, I know it's 2 plus overpowered again, so that's 3.
Yeah.
And this will be lethal blows 1, it's 40, and it's lost durable. Oh, that's fuck. Let's see what happens.
Oof.
A
Oh,
gruesome
boy.
injury.
What's that, Joel?
Sometimes. Thing is, if it was slow before, it is now a snail, practically. As you smack it across the face, and it's hanging on by a thread.
Oh, now it's time for Jet to go slice it up.
Seeing this thing shrink and it's fading, Jethor is actually going to, as an incidental, decommit to hit the suppress force dice and the imbue force dice. So that'll lower him down to just the strength one committed. And he's gonna ignite Dawn and look at it. Now, your time is done. And you see him draw it back like a javelin. And he's gonna chuck it. Because I have saber throw.
Okay.
So I will do saber throw, which is just a light saber check as a ranged attack.
Okay.
It's a ranged. I'm in short range, so it's 1 down to 0, upgraded 4 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's remove that.
Roll me that 1d10 again. Please.
5.
You gain. Not that it probably matters as much, but it flashes brilliantly as it sails across the air, and just like a rising sun, it gains Breach 1, another stack, and Vicious 2.
Okay.
So basically, it has no armor again, even after trying to have a last stand.
All right, there's all the dice. It still has 1 threat, right? It still has the blur.
Yes.
Okay. And get chucked.
Guess you're gonna dip in some darkness there.
Yeah. So he wants this gone. So he wants to. I will just spend 2 strain to use one of those to embed it in its chest, and I will spend 2 more strain to add my brawn, so that ups it to 20 damage.
That is more than enough to finally kill it. With the Breach 2 also, well, flavor it as you will.
Yeah.
How do you want to do this?
So yeah, he pulls this back and he's like, "Your darkness ends no!" And just a javelin. The thing glows brilliantly as he hurls this thing, and it basically becomes this kind of golden amber javelin as it sears across, and it catches it right in the center of the sternum, same place he punched, and you just see this splintering shatter of golden energy as this thing hits, and it just stays there. And then Jethor takes one giant leap toward it and slams his hand into the back of the pole, and it just punches straight through the other side.
It shrinks back down closer to its original form, proportions somewhat normal. It gurgles, and the ichor you'd seen before doesn't even have the chance to spill over and around you. It just evaporates. Some of it clings to you briefly, sensing that dark side that you had managed to bend to your will, but it's gone. This creature withers and crumples inwards, and all that's left is a husk.
Bends down, picks up Dawn again, and slams the pommel into the last remaining dust, scattering it.
Nice.
Turns back to the group and walks back with a smile on his face.
Gree will look at Jethor and smile and say,
Well done.
and then turn her view to the others as well, because they're uncommons.
All of you. Well done.
Just need to... And because it was nice. No longer bound to these creatures that appeared to have 1 second. So, as everyone is beginning to meet around ostensibly the object of their desire for this expedition around Gree, Jethor, as you get closer and closer, Dawn seems to become happy, relieved, and you can feel the timid presence of the other star. Ian clambers down and slower, just sits down on this pillar over here, and he has what amounts to a smile for towels. And the light permeating this place eventually recedes back into the Kyber crystal of yore. The red light of the shrine loses all of its vigor, and everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. You have 2 of the 3 or 4 that you need in order to continue the quest. To find this remnant of the Infinite Empire and make sure one more problem in the galaxy is not something the rest of life would need to worry about. Dead things should stay dead. But Erd flaps back over to his owner, lands on Ian's shoulder. For some reason, he's completely still. And as everyone is gathering around, how are you processing all of this as it happens?
Finally, we're one step closer. Not much longer now. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but now that we should be able to get to the ship safely, I recommend a good meal and some rest.
I agree, Lieutenant Commander.
Well
We
done.
get it. We aren't able to blow up a fucking thing. Where the fuck were we? Or where the frack were we around? Anyways, well, at least I guess we can write a good report back to the benefactor about what all happened here.
You can tell your benefactor that you were not needed.
Oh. I can definitely embellish your parts in it, but I'm just saying, word to the wise there, and your lieutenant commander can tell you, you don't want to appear either too useless or too bold for them Sithy types. But we'll do our best.
Jethor's stare doesn't change, it's just resolute.
As is expected.
Like, Gree's just very thankful that everyone came through alive, so she's smiling and goes like,
Well, everyone, let's go home.
Indeed.
Yeah, we deserve some R&R. And he slaps, he puts his palm on Jethor's shoulder.
Good job, Jether. Proud of you.
You did well yourself.
Don't sell yourself short.
Well, we all make a good team. That's what's most important.
Gree and Jethor, though much quieter, you hear as you're holding Dusk, this darker star of Melastia. That one is dreaming the last dream. And an image of Ian as he's sitting flits across your eyelids or eyes, and he still has not spoken. He still has not moved.
Ian?
Gree will sort of go over and check to see what is up with Ian at this time.
Jethor will follow as well.
While Zifix is running a scan on him, Gree is going to pull out a medical kit and give him a once-over.
No, no.
And
Save it. I've had my time.
What do you mean? What's going on? You look healthy. Do you have a condition or?
You could say that. It's called getting old.
Jethor blinks and looks at him.
Hey, come on. You heard what I said. We all, we didn't lose anyone here, and we all get to go home. You can go.
With all due respect, sir, my home is no more. But I will say, this was a lot more fun than the retirement I had planned.
Jethor squats down next to Ian, puts a hand on his shoulder. This was an honorable death. We shall never forget you, friend Ian.
I take Sally, it's resting on my shoulder, and just kind of weakly hand it over.
Take care of her. Find someone who will make her
I will find the person who will make her sing once more. After I give her a little bit of tender love and care.
He nods.
there are protests in binary from Sally. Unfortunately, as an instrument of death, she didn't really have the ability to warn anyone of his deteriorating condition. If only. If only.
It was a good run.
And with that, he dies of old age.
His
Look at
last.
his body.
The last rasping cough and just that regular wheeze that is, well, supposed to have been the normal pace of his breath, his race's breath. Ian freezes and passes away standing, you're sitting up.
Yes, well, let's get him onto the fix.
Yeah.
Take him back to the ship.
And the mercenaries, for their credit, are hats are off and they're reverent of the goings-ons, and
Jethor will sling Sally onto his back, hold a hand out to Bird to climb up on his shoulder, and we'll lift Ian up and hand him into Zivix's waiting arms.
And unfortunately, to speed things along, Dusk and Dawn share some private and some more happy thoughts, and Dusk apologizes profusely for letting its nightmare bleed into its surroundings for so long. But the pain was much too great over the aeons and these foul creatures. It goes on, and at some point you just had to tell it to stop. Especially Dawn, just to enjoy the moment. There's plenty of salvage that have been found, especially now that the interference was gone, so a certain someone back in Osmani would have been elated with the haul and haggled you down and up for various things. The Sarlacc's Tear successfully returns to safe harbor. However, the saga of the Kibbella affair, the pursuit of the Ember of Lahan, must come to an end for now. In the shadows, this group pursue the goals, but the journeys as they occur, for us watching on, may or may not resume at a further date. However, the story definitely will live on. And with that, the book on the Kibbella affair is shut for now. Quill's still in Inkwell, with the hopes of returning to it.
The Penned into the Inner Leaflet is the alternate title. Randy the Mandalorian. Very good, sir.
Indeed.